there, Internet. Hello, fellow
Greetings.
looters, grinders, loot pinata smackers. I rolled new maps. This rogue encampment sucks. I don't like it, but that's okay because I'm not really an Andy rogue. This catacombs map is passable. This level is actually that's not even that bad, and the next level is actually and the next level is actually and the next level is quite good. So actually, decent little catacombs. Hold on. This is probably on players. Oh no, on players 3. Alright, we might as well kill it. I don't have anywhere near all my teleporting mostly around the trees. I don't know many tricks aside from the trick always was it yeah, so it's go down and left and then work around the outside of the map if you still haven't found the exit. But I kind of know the tile set a little bit better than that. That's just like kind of general advice, you know? Oh, it would have been nice if I could have at least switched to the Valley Bubble for the drop there, but that's okay. I was gonna... It would be faster to just save and exit and reload, but that's fine. My lower Kuras map is in some ways worse, but in my mind, it's actually kind of like, it's low-key better. That's my super chest. I don't know. TK. They're my super chests. And, oh, other super chest.
I am overburdened.
Oh, you remember what I was saying about going through Nightmare with Black on a battle hammer? And so that's all. It's not as far as I can see. There might be, maybe down here, but I don't think there are any more super chests on this map. Like, I don't think this map can respawn another set. But I actually don't care because if I'm hard grinding Lower Kuras, and it's literally like, you know, one teleport, one super chest, one teleport, second super chest, save and exit, go again. My load times are good enough that that's perfectly good. And, oh, I didn't show the Durance map, but it's because it's easier to just load out and come back in. So I'll show you the Durance map. The Durance map is really good. It's not like God tier, but it's perfect. Tiny little bit worse than the one I had before. And obviously I've muled everything away. I've cubed up all my runes and gems. Actually, cubing up everything was really nice because it got me to a 3rd co-rune. And also I realized I have a... Where is it? Yeah, Sir rune that I didn't realize I had. So Om and Sir are my 2 best. And Sir is actually better than Om, so that was a better drop. Where the hell did I get that? Must have been Lower Kuras. I must have just... Oh yeah, so these are ones I forgot to cube up, but it's fine. This is just the open stash here. Plenty of stash space now. And yeah, this is the Durance, which is so it's like it's a little bit tricky because you have to kind of run along there the right distance to get the TVs. Honestly, once the muscle memory's down, it'll be super fast. Do Mephisto even though I don't have my and yeah, this chest here, which I don't like, but that's one chest. As long as there aren't a bunch Shard? Maelstrom, okay. Oh, okay, alright, this is the really old one. But this one can have a lot of, like, random... Like, it can have, like, 4, and I think they can all be 1 to 3s, like Terror, Iron Maiden, Corpse Explosion, Amp Damage, which, even at low level, let's be real. It's like, the first character I played in this game was a Summon Necro, and they sucked in, like, pre-LOD, and then kinda low... I think at least until patch 109, I think they were kinda stinky, even in LOD. And even then, I would say they were kinda stinky, until we got some of the new rune words and things like that, that just made it, like, you know, so you didn't have to have, like, God loot to have a mercenary that didn't just insta-die in hell. So once we had things like that, and then, you know, gear for the mercenaries such as Hustle, and I know there's rune words that give might auras and all sorts of stuff like that. Maras, so where's my... okay, there it is. You know, I might try with the Maras and the SOJ, because it's only losing 60 MF, but it gives me 3 skills, which should speed up the fight. I mean, let me see. So it's 450 MF, 670 with the Alibaba. Wow, that's such a huge buff. Honestly, over above about 450, the differences are kind of not noticeable. There would definitely be a difference from 450 to 670 or whatever it was with the Alibaba. That will definitely be noticeable to get that weapon swap in. But yeah, losing that ring and that amulet, I don't think that's going to help me. But we'll see. Feels like the drops are more anemic. So you don't want Druid maps where there's a bunch of gunk here that consistently is spawning in on the maps that you're rolling. That's some issue with the speed roll. Because you can get maps that just roll clean, like, every time. And then you can get ones where there's a little bit of variation. There might be a chest, there might be a shrine. But, you know, when there's ones where there's, like, a chest and 7 baskets, and every single time you roll in, you're getting some just gunk. And this thing must be rare, because I don't think I've seen it before. Even though it's, you know, it's obviously jank. Like, it would be fine at level 5. That's like a bone snap at level 5. Like, that's just chunking everything. Even on players 8, that will chunk stuff just with the brawl. Physical damage there. 100% ED. Plus 7 vitality. Oh, okay. Magic damage reduced by 2. Attacker takes damage of 4. Like, in a world where a Fallen Shaman Fireball is probably doing 2 damage, and 4 damage will actually kill stuff, like, that's a pretty beastly little buff. But obviously, just a novelty to hold on to. But yeah, good Drunes map. Catacombs I don't mind. And I really want to... oh, maybe I should just grind that little Kuros map for a little while. It's kind of tempting. I don't know, sometimes you just want that flash of gold text on the ground. Yeah, it's a very, very special kind of dopamine for me, because it just... it's, you know, it's like deep in my memories at this point in life. drops don't seem any worse with
What
the
do you
SOJ
need?
and the thing, but obviously I haven't done this anywhere near enough to really make that determination. And to be honest, I probably never would, even if I spent the rest of my life playing this game. It's just... Oh, lucky I didn't press that. But like I say, getting a decent map level is not... And it's worth putting the time in to get it done, because you can keep it for weeks, obviously. Yeah, see, there is a little spot that you can just sort of slip through there. This endurance map isn't. This is the problem here. If this stuff keeps popping up and it becomes an issue, just kind of... no, he can come down. I think it's Aldous.
Greetings.
Yeah, 100% so. Oh no, okay, alright. Aldous, okay. Whatever. Good boots, but obviously I have... This is just to take a... Like, look at this, that's not... That is a... I have seen people finish hell with way worse weapons. Like 55 to attack rating on weapon is decent. Level 1, even a level 1 enchant is like an extra 40% to your attack rating. 10% IAS, you know, small but very meaningful. And 105 ED, not great, but it's an elite base, it does a lot of damage, 75 to 108. Like, I'm not sure, I've seen people finish the game with worse. But obviously, like, you're killing Hellbar or something like that, you should want Goblin Toe or Open Wounds, something like that. Oh my gosh, I'm just wanting to like sabotage myself with this and press the freaking nightmare button. I kind of, like I said, I do kind of want to do some Mephisto runs one of these days, because there's a lot of stuff that I want to do, like Mephisto can drop. Well, not a lot of stuff, but there's some stuff that it's actually easier to get from him than to get from pistol, because drop it. But actually, I'm really trying to rack my brain to that.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, I think I was
Hail
still
to you, champion.
I really want to get Homunculus. Okay, that's one I think can drop from Nightmare Mephisto. That and Ariat's Face, I believe. And I do want both. Jalal's can also drop from Nightmare Mephisto, and I want that too. But I don't think the drop table on them on Hell is that much worse. Getting better at just like slipping through that little crack. It kind of sucks at this castle there. The endurance I had last was like way cleaner. We just don't think mercenary. This guy on players 8. If I did, I'm genuinely just gonna... No? Okay. Wow. He's just not in the mood, and I, for some reason, was frozen all in when I should have been staticking. I am. Ugh. I should have gone back, got my mercenary, and you know, we just re-roll that. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I should have got my mercenary. The slow wore off. I just hate that it starts in Act 3. It's such a pain in the butt to go get the mercenary. Like,
Hello.
it's one of those things where it's like you think, maybe I could improve the game somewhat. You know, maybe there's like an escape type menu here where you can just like fast travel to people.
Greetings.
And it's like, in some ways, yes, but then that could make, like it takes some of the fun out of doing something like Power Shot, right? Where you roll a good map where you can easily pop out of town, in and out, you know, to like see a particular vendor. And there are some maps that are really good for that. But, I don't know, it's a trade-off. But a lot of the things in this game, like, would be hard to improve on in that sense. That, like, yeah, you might add something to the game, like that would add quality of life for general content, but it also takes something away from the game. And it takes away some of the...
My brothers have escaped you.
Yeah, that's annoying. And that thing's going to be around here all the time, right? But it's okay. It doesn't slow the runs down, it just is a variable that I need to account for.
What do you need?
That's Storm Guild, yeah, which is I was gonna say like that's a terrible shield, but honestly, like with 30% increased chance of blocking, like it has a low base, but it also has lightning res, which is good. Like a good chunk of lightning res is never a bad start. Lightning or fire. Apologies, I just got a rather distracting... Got rather distracted by a couple of text messages. Friend of mine, apparently. It's their anniversary. But this is why I am a... This is why I make a loot diary. This is why I don't make a stream. Because... You know, if I was genuinely trying to like stream for content, to create content, and amuse people and keep viewers and stuff like that, I'd have to do things like turn off socials. I see that. Like he can get through it. The only problem is you don't want to fight him up high enough where you might end up aggroing and blood wars a lot. And there's usually takes like noticeably more damage. That's Lidless Ball or something. It's a shield with cast rate. It's really good for Act 3 mercenaries.
Hail to you, champion.
Bone flinging necros. Jesus, pretty decent ED. 37 to 108. Nothing else really. good about it. I should keep the gems, but I'm so... I just want to get back to Mephisto. He and I have... we were parted briefly. We missed each other terribly. That's something that can really mess up a run, because even one Hydra, like Hydra, there's some kind of big line in the game where Hydras do like times the damage they should to Islands, which I suspect probably isn't a bug. It's probably isn't a bug. Hey! Oh, come on, game! Why you gonna tease me like that? Freaking ethereal shaker. Oh well, it's still cool. You know what? The reality is, and yeah, sucks the dick though. I was gonna say, like, can you even get Tyrael's Might here? And there's no way you would be able to get Tyrael's Might from Mephisto. But yeah, that shaker, it's cool. Like, the only problem is, like, I would be so happy to just, like, chuck that on and just use it until the durability runs out, and I pretty much guarantee you that I will get another one before the durability runs out, even though it's only 7. The problem is, this just gives, like, way more magic find. Like, this obviously would be better, you know, with Topaz in it, but I'm not going to use Lazuk's quest on a temporary item. But what I might do is use that if I'm, you know, going to a terror zone or something where I genuinely want to fight. Like, obviously I like the safety of the rock stopper, but Shaco gives you some safety as well. So, yeah, it's still a cool find.
What do you need?
But man, that was dirty of the game. My first, actually my first ever Shaco. Like, I never had one when I used to play back in the day. I had some good stuff, but I never got a Shaco. And I think the reason why I never got one was because of the whole triple topaz thing. Because it doesn't actually give you more, like, it gives you like tiny, if it is, it's a couple of percent of MF better. But it's more that it gives you that N power. And but it was hard for me to do something like that when I had like jewelry stuff spend SOJs. I was like, no, I'll make it with the culture. I did get Skullbase because even though Skullbase was like 6 but I got Skullbase because, you know, with a Topaz, Skullbase gives you more MF.
Hail to you, champion.
Then in body armor, I really think that they, like, if they were gonna tweak this game, there are things that, like, they need to, like, so, like, wealth, the rune word, which is like Lem Co tier. Like, Lem is a relatively high rune. Well, it's not a high rune, but it's not a super easy rune to farm. Like, you either farm, I think, Hell Countess, or you just hope that it just drops from some high level area. Or maybe if you can do Arcane Sanctuary or whatever, you can do that. And yeah, so like both Lem and Co are not super easy to farm runes. Like, I would never consider Lem and Co runes to be just disposable. And yet, Wealth just does nothing for you that like 4 Topaz armor doesn't. It's 100%. So it's a 4% improvement. It also gives you extra gold, but who values that? Gold is in limited supply. Because the rust exists. So there are like things like that where I would say like that rune word means something. Like, obviously Skullbase is probably supposed to be the king of the MF armor. It's nice to see. But yeah, Skulders are probably supposed to be the king of the MF armor, but why not let Wealth like have something?
What do
Like,
you
even if
need?
it's just 15 resist all, 5 to vitality. Oh, that's right. It gives you 10 to dexterity because of the cobra. But like, I mean, okay, so it already has the 10 to dex, so why not make it like melee fighter oriented, where it's like, you know, it gives you the 100 MF, it gives you the 10 to dex, and I don't know, 20 IAS or something. You know, like, there's nothing wrong with bad items existing in the game, but I do think that rune words are different in the sense that, like, and this is kind of, it's a little annoying that rune words are in some ways kind of taken over the game, because even if you have the best uniques, rune words are still often best in stuff. And they enable quite a few builds, but it's just don't really exist on super functional unless you use it. There are also then builds that legitimately just don't exist without the rune words. Now they're outwards and this is 35. Okay, that's actually an upgrade on mine. So as silly as it might sound, I'm pretty happy to have that because I definitely want to try to call Zon, who uses that bow. I just want to get a really good one.
Hail to you, champion.
But yeah, as I was saying, like, there's something wrong with there being bad items, particularly like uniques and sets. Things that they just kind of never really hit, or you know, conceptually they're for a type of, they're for something that just, it's just a thing that that the builds or characters it exists to enable, and not something that anyone wants to play, or you know, something like that, right? Like Puspin, the crossbow that I got the other night. Like no one wants to play a crossbow necromancer, but that's clearly what it exists for, and it clearly exists to enable that build. But that's cool because I'm sure someone out there has tried it. It's just not something that like streamers are gonna do because it has no. There's no. Like there's no reason basically if you're the kind of necromancer that's like going to sit back and just kind of manage your summons, and it's like, yeah, there's an argument to be made that like you might as well be using your normal attack and putting some damage in, and then it's just like, well, you know what, you might as well just put 1 point in Bone Spear, and you'll probably do more damage. Because at least it hits and pierces, and will benefit from the plus skill draw. So even if it's only doing like 70 damage, it will do more. It will probably do more damage than you would with the freaking Wind Force. And he's beating up my mercenary today. He ain't have it. You don't like it. Sometimes Mephisto is like that. Sometimes he's just a dick. I'm just checking, making sure I haven't messed with anything, and I haven't. And this is now, so like something like this I would say like this is a bad item, but it's a bad item because the class is bad. But that doesn't mean that no one plays the class, because everyone has done a Poison Dagger Necro. It's just, it sucks, but it's fun. It's a sucky kind of fun. It's one of those things where you're like, yeah, but maybe I can kind of make it work a little bit, or you just want the challenge or whatever. So like an item like this to me is a cool item, even though it like. And the other thing is like, you know, there's a world out there where someone's playing a necromancer, bone spirit type, you know, bone sphere or summoner, and they're still like, oh, +1 to skill levels. I'll grab that, you know. But it kind of, you know, it's an item that you can see how it catches on and like entices people to play the game. You know, And there's items that just sort of don't succeed at doing that, and it's okay for them to exist. But as I say, when it comes to something like rune words, that's where I think that items need to be like, they need to be balanced and they need to have a place in the kind of sequence of play, if that makes sense. Like smoke, for example, has a place. It's like low-level caster armor, it's low-level kiting armor, and for more serious players, it's like the premier early game armor, because for serious players, you spend a lot of time just running in the early game, and that is a B-star, which is really cool. Awesome product. Super chubby. And I don't think that even has any like rollable stats, so there's no bad Baron R star as far as I know. But I
Greetings.
wouldn't quote me on that, and that could have been an Arcane's Valor, but it wasn't. It could have been a Skulder's, which I would have loved, but it wasn't. But still cool. And yeah, so here we go. Yeah, see, nothing variable. And what a beast of a weapon this thing is. Like this was your damage stick if you weren't using a 40-15 sword or something. This or a lightsaber, but I think this just out damages lightsaber, especially for especially for a Sealer, I think, or was it Whirlwind? Whatever, doesn't matter. Bottom line is, very nice. Like, it kind of has everything you want. The big chunk of elemental damage, it could be better, because in hell, that's just a tickle. But 200 ED, 50 IAS, and 200 bonus to attack rating, that's the weapon's calling card. To me, at least. But the elemental damage is certainly relevant. Like, the numbers are right. The numbers are where they should be. And they're a single element weapons that have, you know, crazier elemental damage affixes. But to me, that also makes sense, because obviously a single element by hell, and these are elite bases, so using them in hell. A single element is like, you know, it's like a rock, paper, scissors thing, where it's going to be very strong, not very strong, but it's going to be strong against the one thing that it can kill, you know, and there's going to be a lot of stuff that it can't. Because in hell, geez, everything got freaking immunities. And, you know, it's not unusual on many tiles for there to be like 3 monster types, and like 1 you can damage and 2 you can't, with a single element. So I feel like when it's just flatly giving you nothing against like 2/3 of enemies in the game, it needs to be stronger when it actually works. Whereas having like a tri-element, it's always giving you value. Although it is actually possible for enemies to be immune to 3 elements in hell, isn't it? Although maybe not. Wait, fire, cold, light. I'm pretty sure, yeah. At least super unique. Bone snap, always cool to see. Not a very good damage roll. Even with a bad damage roll, bone snap is so good with the crushing blow and the big chunk of resists. This is Juanin's, which I think is another really awesome weapon to like mule into a melee character, and this is Lidless Wall again, which now I've got like 2 of them in my stash. But what a cool drop! 2 uniques, a set.
Greetings.
Just groovy stuff all around. I don't know, I'm just feeling this map, I guess. Just feeling the Mephisto. But I might go do some Andy if he really starts doing me dirty. But I feel like Mephisto has not been doing me dirty like in this session so far. Less aim. Oh, okay, that was. Why is this so slow? He does have the That's man and
Hail to you,
water
champion.
works. Yes. It took me a while to find boots, which I still think they're like top tier Necro one. And waterwalks, they're good. They give a lot of life, but I'm not the kind of person who cares about having perfect waterwalks in my stash that I'm never going to use on any character. Waterwalks to me are like pretty much a cosmetic unique. Like, you're doing something really wrong if you can't find rare boots that give you more value than waterwalks. Like, you should, at a certain level, it just becomes really easy to gamble boots that have rum walk and jewel res, and like good jewel res, like 40/40. And then, like, at that point, they're automatically better than waterwalks. At least you would never convince me to take a pair off. And the council are being a bit of a pain on this iteration of the runs, but I'm still feeling these runs. Oh, is that a gull? If that's a gull, hell yeah. It's like, yeah. But no, Blade of Alibaba can be better than the gull. But you know what? The gull just looks cooler. So to hell with it. And you know, the gull you can use at like level 5 or something. And like, unironically, there are some items in this game that this could really help you get. Like, just give this to like a brand new character and just go, you know, stabbing your way through Act 1, or, you know, Sorceress or something even better. Just charge bolt everything down, and you can, I'm fairly certain that the way the game works for some uniques is that it's actually kind of, like, the drop tables kind of suck on them, on the low level things. Like, I mean, this is my first gull. I've gotten, like, do you know how many freaking Blades of Alibaba I've gotten? You've seen me throw like 3 or 4 away if you've been watching these streams. But I'm just gonna carry this for a little bit because it's freaking cool. Even though the MF
What
is
do
the
you
best
need?
it's not gonna be noticeable. But that, yeah, I'm so chuffed with that. And as I say, like, I'm fairly certain there are some things in this game that are way easier to farm from like normal Endario or something, where basically at a character level where your character ain't gonna be carrying no Blade of Alibaba off of the MF, where you put together these like janky little low level MF setups where you have like Tancred's boots and Tancred's amulet, a couple of Nagels, and then you have like, you know, like flawed topazes or something because you're not high enough level for the perfects, and you know, you can't wear any Spirits are...
Hail to you,
Their
champion.
will is difficult to interpret. 31 to 108. You could do worse. Especially when it gives 1,000 to attack rating and +2 to skills and mana leech. Whew. Okay, now the ED is actually like getting a little bit more serious. But 165 is still small beans. Now 265 and you'd have a stew. Like I've got a rare axe that has like 300 ED on it. And that damage number is big. It's only a one-hander as well. And it's like the kind of damage numbers you see on two-handers. Maybe I should teleport to the other side. This is just a skill issue on my part. There's 2 volleys of charge attacks in a row. And another. He's so pissy today. Maybe he's unhappy about my...
What do you need?
my gull. I mean, if he didn't want me carrying the gull, why did he drop it? Huh? I still haven't decided if the loot spirits are pleased or not. Like, to some weird extent, I'm using it to like TP, so I haven't switched to the rest. Stop killing my mercenary! Good. Okay, he just killed my mercenary and then kills me, and I was like hitting potions and trying to teleport. I was just in hit stun. There's nothing you can really do about it.
Yes?
Oh, that's so annoying. It's like one hit from dead. What is going on? It's just so RNG, isn't it? The damage they do, whether they hit, whether they don't hit. I'm not gonna overthink it. Oh, burial grounds and mausoleum.
Good day.
I wonder how that is for cold immunes. If I remember correctly, it kind of sucks because it's zombies everywhere, and the zombies are usually cold immune. Not always, but I know I've been there a couple of times and wasn't particularly impressed.
My brothers have escaped you.
Let's go back to being, you know, a little bit civilized. Stop, like, killing the shit out of my monster. It's just a thing that happens now. Nothing I can do about it. If I don't want to farm full juvies. Man, stuff like that can be so frustrating. He just wasn't taking much damage then either.
Hail
It's
to you, champion.
very weird. And if I liked Blizzard, I would love that. But I don't. And I'm gonna grab the Alibaba back because it actually has lightning resist because of the jewel I put in it. So yeah, the goal was funny for a little bit. It's still a cool find. As far as I know, it's quite a rare drop. So we've got this. Ah yes, the improvement on that. That's just something I picked up at World Gross. Oh yeah, this as well. But it was like weird, rare, low-level, unique stay for some reason. What's next? Like, I think Biggin's Bonnet is one of those ones that's like kind of hard to drop. Like outside of the early game. And I'm pretty sure Nasher and Rixon's Keen are kind of tricky to get to drop. But I could... Wow, it did not want to let me go past there that time.
My brothers
Yeah, he just goes into that little pocket for some reason. It's just RNG. Yeah, look at this, I'm barely even having to potion. And that's
Why do you carry anymore?
yeah, it is Hellblade, which is cool. I don't know why it gives 2 fire skills, but yeah. For a Holy Fire Paladin, pretty cool. I mean, just that fire damage and poison damage at level 22, that's freaking huge. And then with Dual Leech on top, you can give it to an Act 3 Mercenary. That's Cyclones. This is that elite? I don't know. But yeah, you can give it to an Act 3 Mercenary, which is pretty nice.
Greetings.
You know, obviously it's not a spirit, but it's accessible much earlier. Bloodletter. This is so if I was doing back in the day, if I was shared stash, like leveling up a barbarian, like I would always play Whirlwind, because what's the point of playing a barbarian? You know, like if you want to click on everything, play a paladin. They're just better anyway, so you'll just have a better time with it. But yeah, I mean, I guess you got Warcries and stuff as a barbarian. It's a slightly different experience, but I think I personally think the only barbarian builds that feel different enough to paladin to really like be super fun and worth playing, setting aside high level nonsense like Pit Circus with Enigma, is specifically Whirlwind barbarians and you know, singers, sure, but singers, I don't know, that feels kind of stinky to me, but still, you know, but Whirlwinders and throwers. Anyway, so I would, you know, be doing, if I was doing a melee barbarian, it would almost always be a Whirlwinder. And those were the swords that I would mule over to them as soon as I could. And they became available like right around like the, like, you know, within like 2 levels or something of you unlocking Whirlwind, you know, to begin with. Or in fact, I think by the time you unlocked it, you had them because they're level 29 or something when Whirlwind's 30. And, you know, in that instant, you throw 2 of them on, and you know the game's only letting you put 1 skill point into Whirlwind thus far, but now suddenly, boom, it's like 7, assuming you have no other plus skills. So yeah, it's like, now it's like 7, and back then the Stones of Jordan were easier to get because back then they weren't necessarily and the fewer units on the table, obviously. Nature's Beast didn't exist. Oh. Alright, do not be a theory. Do not be. I can stop, literally can stop tonight. Like, cool. Mephisto, you are my freaking, you know, evil, world-chomping monster bro. Just, I hope my Lazuk is in hell so I don't have to reset these maps to get this thing. So why am I just flying around? Because I'm excited. I'm super chuffed about the fact that the Shaco just dropped. 2 Shacos in one night! Okay, one of them was ethereal. But hey, I can give that ethereal Shaco to an Act 2 mercenary. I didn't even think about that. They like plus skills. Oh, that's so freaking cool. Now come on, Lazuk. Tell me you have sockets for me.
Afternoon.
Oh, snap! That's so painful. I have to re-roll the whole freaking thing. But you know what I can do? I can put my Shaco on, and I can put on, like, you know, 1 ring or something. Here, this... No, I'll use the ring. 1 ring. And it pretty much balances out. And look at that. I'm going to be MFing Mephisto with Mashako. And he's going to drop Muskulders. I'm telling you. I sense it. It is the prophecy. I'm going to get my Skulders tonight. And then I shall go and I shall use my normal socket and my nightmare socket and have perfect topazes stonked into both. But
Good
until I get
afternoon.
my Skulders, I'm not leaving this Dune's map. Oh, the thing that it's gonna hurt though is losing the lower Kurast is gonna hurt. Yeah, okay. That gives me an excuse to sit on these maps for a while. Which I can't complain about. I have a Shaco. It's so freaking cool. I can do that teleport consistently. I need to remember to go down the other side. Like, instead of just whining that my map isn't perfect, maybe just play the map. Oh, this is only with 1 more buster skills. I swear
I am
he
overburdened.
dies faster. I swear. Shaco's such a freaking good. Like 100 to life. That's so good. Physical damage reduced by 10 plus 2 gold skills. Like,
Hail to you, champion.
it's so freaking good. And then to have an ethereal Shaco that I can put on the Act 3 boy. Because I'm trying to think what would be a best in slot helm for an Act 3 mercenary. And I know there are some high level helms like Veil of Steel that have like, you know, our Kira's Guardian or something that have like bonkers resist all. So even in hell you can have them wearing although I don't know, I feel like because they want Viper Magie anyway, don't they? So like with just Viper Magie and their natural resistances, they should have it. I have the wrong thing out, so I'm teleporting super slow because I'm and that's why I'm also teleporting. But yeah, as I was saying, well, I don't know. It's so cool that I got a Shaco. This is Pompey's. No, this is Opals, baby. And Hitblind's target too. That's cool. Like, I love the theming on something like Hitblind's target and Open Runes. Like, the idea is you're supposed to, like, you know, you crack them in your head
What
with
do
your
you
pick,
need?
and while they're, like, bleeding out of their head and blind, they're, like, looking around for you, like, where is that guy? And you just, like, leave. Sleep them to bleed to death. It's a horrifying thing, but that's clearly the theming of weapons that have, like, bleed and blind. Bleed and hit causes monsters to flee would also be pretty cool. But damn, Mephisto, 2 Shacos in one night. I don't care if one was ethereal. Like I said, I'm trying to think, what would you put? Like, what would be your GG endgame setup for an Act 2 mercenary. Well, I say GG ending for an Act 3 mercenary. There is that thing, what is it, the Crown of Ages? That has like 2 sockets, resist all, +2 to all skills, physical damage. Can an Act 3 mercenary even wear that? It's an elite crown. It requires like 200 strength to wear. Like maybe if they were. I don't think they would. But maybe if you put enough,
Hail
like
to
maybe
you,
if you put,
champion.
you know, I'm trying to think of an armor that they, like you couldn't, you'd have to give them Viper Magic, because anything less than that is going to be a nerf. Like it doesn't matter what other item that allows you to put on, like taking that off. You're just gonna, because you can't get far, like they scale entirely with cast rate. Like plus the skills are good for them, but cast rate is even better. And there's an item that gives both cast rate and plus to skills. They can get cast rate and plus to skills on their weapon with Spirit, and they can get cast rate and plus to skills on their shield with Lidless Wall, I think it is. But there's no cast rate helm that I know of. Only plus to skill ones. Why can I just not do this teleport? It's so annoying. But yeah, only plus the skill helms. +2 is as good as it gets. And Darius Visage is +2, but does little. I mean, like maybe in theory, what's the electric one? Putting that on an electric Act 3 Merc, maybe, but I don't know. The electric Act 3 Merc is not something you bring
What do you
for
need?
their actual electrical damage. It's something you bring because they cast static. Which I think, like, that's such a like awesome little bit of game design to me, that like the mercenaries realistically aren't, like, they're not balanced. Some are stronger than the others if they have the best equipment, and that's exactly how it should be. Like an Act 3 mercenary with enchant is like your melee support mercenary and can be built like really on the cheap. You can just go like spirit, rhyme, stealth, claw. All extremely accessible, target farmable keywords. And like you can take that guy into hell and he's done. That's is he gonna like hardly everything for you? No. Is he gonna keep enchant on you and thus like massively buff your attack rating, which allows you to DPS way more while also just pumping in some like nice consistent
Hail
area
to you,
damage
champion.
that can help to whittle down stone skins and, you know, really heavily physically move. But like on a high player count, the damage is going to be a little bit negligible, but it's still going to be there. It's still going to be chipping away, and it's very, very consistent. So one thing it's really good for is like chipping down monster heal. You know, and then you've got the cold mercenary, who is your CC. But in both cases, a rogue with a really good bow does, you know, better fire damage and better cold damage with equivalent CC. Not quite as good, but equivalent. But they don't give the same support as fire mage. Then you've got like melee guys who can have crushing blow and really good at bossing and all that. You know, but you have your kind of gear-free crushing blow mercenary in your electric boy with his static field, because he pumps static field like it's a mainline skill, so it has huge range when he uses it. It's not like your sorceress where you have to, you know, be standing next to someone to static them. Or your sorceress, maybe you've got, you know, god level plus the skills, or you're just playing a Blizzard Sorc and you have, you know, plenty of points left over to just throw a couple of points in. So I think not like most sorceresses. You know, he has like screen wide static. So it really, really helps just keep chipping down things' health. And with a lot of cast rate, I think he casts it like once every 12 seconds or once every 8 seconds or something with really good cast rate, which is like, you know, definitely helping you put the damage in, especially against bosses. Like, it's something that I don't see some of the like the streamers and the challenge players and stuff really take much advantage of. I knew I needed to get that curse off, but I thought he'd have
Good day.
a couple more seconds than that. Just as I'm like criticizing people who are actually good at the game. But look, you know, decision making.
What do you need?
In a meta sense, and decision making, you know, instant to instant within the game, in the micro sense, two different things. Oh, that's good. I just town hall them. But yeah, so I've seen a lot of people like, you know, oh, I'm really struggling to take down the ancients, so I'm gonna make two blacks and get ready to a frenzy barbarian. Pro tip: take a static field, electric sorcerer. He can do it from outside of their range. He can do it with cheaper access to good resistances and better survival gear. So he can do it when you're kiting them, and he can essentially crushing blow all three of them. The only thing is, obviously, he can't bring them as low as crushing blow can, but presumably you would have some crushing blow yourself. Alright, I'm gonna have to pause this just to remember we are at the hour mark. Just gonna grab a drink. Man, that's crazy. I got 2 Shakos before I got a perfect Tarnhelm. Like, I've got a Tani sitting in the... on a mule somewhere, but it's really bad. It's like a 34 or something. What a nice boss pack. Boss pack.
My brothers have escaped you.
Down. Is that snake cord? If it is, I think snake cord is like one of the worst uniques ever.
Greetings.
It is. I say it's one of the worst. It's at level 12. 12 poison damage is okay. Poison resist, poison length reduced. I guess in Act 2 it's pretty good. I don't know what Replenish Life 5 does. As far as I understand, the Replenish Life affix is kind of, you know, bin-worthy, but I could be wildly wrong. I've seen people use it. Like, it's kind of mandatory if you do no like no gold runs, no town runs, things like that. Because especially in the early game. You just never have enough potions. So often what you have to do is just like stop between fights and wait. Because it's not like enemies respawn. And in the early game, they're not dense enough that like, you know, one pack kind of inevitably kites you back into another. They're kind of isolated. So you can kind of afford to like kill one, have a little rest, wait for your life replenish to slowly tick you back up. Okay, that's Sasabi's mental sheet. Yeah, I have no idea. I think I've got a way better roll than that. I really want Sasabi's ghost liberators. I don't know, whatever, the Barrel skin. But honestly, I would rather get another Arcanes. Oh, you know what, if I dropped another Arcanes and it was +1 as well, I would probably like actually cry. Because you know the odds of 3, it ain't there, especially in in single player. Like, I don't expect to ever really see another, period. But then again, I don't know, I'm a pretty freaking hard grinder. I've got a lot of spare time. But then I'm also an intermittent grinder. I could get tired of this game in a few days. I don't know. We're just not having smooth runs tonight for some reason. But the drops are there.
Good day.
You know, it was a true Shaco night. If it was nothing else. And we don't know it's anything else. Something just mind-blowing could drop. It didn't. That's Natalia's case, which I think is nice to drop because it does have very variable stats, but I don't think that's anything special. Such a good helmet though.
What do you need?
probably prefer Tar Rushes with the dual leech, but you know, if I was a melee fighter and I had either, I wouldn't complain. Like 15 all res on a helmet is just really nice, even if it does nothing else. Like I genuinely, like back in the day at least, you know, cleared at least the main game while wearing Steel Shade. Is it that one? You know, the early game. I mean, it does do more than give you 15 all res, but I've used it on characters where the other stuff was kind of... I mean, the damage boost is... not ever completely wrong. Now that is armor I finished the game.
Greetings.
I actually think like low-key one of the better zealot armors, like for, you know, for a low level armor, if you just can't find anything, like you can't, if you're rushing the game, but you find this early, you don't need to farm for armor more. Like, yeah, the defense rating sucks, but level counts more than defense rating, and chance of blocking is huge. It's, you know, it's damage decreased. Hit recovery is actually huge in like a hardcore sense, and attack speed is really nice too. Really good for a Javazon too, because maybe even better for a Javazon, to be honest, because they're less likely to reach max block without the help, whereas most zealots are going to get it from Holy Shield. But still, it saves you skill points. Or at least, you know, saves you the investment in them right off. I'm just wandering around at this point. Yeah, maybe we get the Mountain Potion as well. Thank you. But yeah, anyway, very useful. But yeah, maybe even better on a Jabazon, because their damage scales off IAS similarly to how like a Sorceress scales off cast rate, where it's just like plus skills and IAS instead of like plus skills and cast rate. That's kind of what you want as a Jabazon. Like, base damage on your Javelins is really only relevant if you're jabbing stuff to death, which like you will have to do that, but if you're farming optimum locations, the vast majority of things are just going to be like insta-deleted by like whatever your main source of damage is. That's Griswolds, and that's Sandals. Griswolds are... It seems to drop a lot. Always nice to see. Like, those are gloves that, like, this sorceress would like these gloves. Like, there's sorceresses that, like, I couldn't think of, like, not specifically these, but, like, just good rare gloves with, like, dual or tri-res or something. Like, hell yeah. Because if you're playing someone who just doesn't care about cast rate, then what the hell else are you gonna wear? Like Frosties? Who cares? Who cares about mana? Like, you're gonna get it from pots. Resistances are way more valuable. I mean, you probably just wear Chanseys like all the time, which is basically what I do. I mean, cast rate's still useful for teleporting, I guess. But I don't know just the 20. On the gloves allows you to like meet any particular meaningful breakpoints. Oh, actually, maybe 20 is the gloves. Now Mephisto's being, it's probably has something to do with my range. before because obviously I've played this kind of sorceress a lot. I know the ranging is really important, but like from some angles it seems to do better.
Greetings.
Unless I'm just getting this, like I think I'm spaced on, or I'm spacing it wrong on certain angles. But like, in terms of the number of runs we're getting done, this doesn't feel bad at all. That was a nice clean little teleport dodge and charge rolls. But I don't really want to fight him like up here. And I'm tired of my mercenary dying. I don't know why he just dies tonight, but he does, and it's annoying me, so...
Good day.
It's probably 100% on me in my positioning, and I'm not being patient to like draw him down, which is the real key to those smooth runs.
Hail to you, champion.
And it's just like a little discipline check, where like, you want to like run at him, and start laying into him, thinking like, yes, I just want to kill him, I just want him gone, I just want him done, I want to pop the loot pinata. But if you just wait like a few seconds, and I say this as if I do it, I don't do it, I just, you just saw me not do it and say I have a problem. This is why, it's one of those like, cheeky little things. Yeah, so just like this. Then sometimes he'll go in here. Which can be really annoying as well, but no, it's not a problem. It's if he gets like between the archers, which he can. Oh, teasing me with the... Oh, teasing me with both. Come on, game. Don't do me dirty like that. And that's Rock Fleece, we've already seen that. But man, what a dirty drop.
Greetings.
Absolute tease of a drop. Close down, this is nice.
Hail to you, champion.
I'm trying to think who I should like push through the game as another MF character. Oh, hello, I didn't even realize I had a viewer. Haven't even looked at this thing. But I probably shouldn't, because it's better for me to just treat it like the loot diary it is. But I hope you are enjoying this. And I hope I will instance of this. This is always a good time. Yeah, we want to lure that, so get these nice smoother runs. Just get it all muscle memory, get it done. This is what taking my best in the spacing is really here. Oh, alright, nice smooth arm. Bad drop, but smooth arm. And that's what we want. Smoothness, speed, repeatability,
What do you need?
efficiency. Yeah, I was talking about a character to like push through. I've got a barbarian closest, and I can respec him into a berserker with B-star. How, you know, I don't know if it's better to have a heart carver on weapon switch, or actually just go hard on like double blade of Aragaba. But I'm thinking it's probably better to just naturally buff find item and go double blade of Aragaba. Find item swap. Frost leaves, Arenas. But yeah, either way,
Greetings.
like I'm trying to kind of think of my like budget pit circuit at home setup, and it's probably going to be like I've got this obviously, so I wouldn't sell it. Like a good shield that gives, you know, a chunk of resists, like Spirit Guard. Maybe Storm Shield though I can get away with it. Depends. Either of those would probably need to be Hell Ruined. I mean Spirit Guard especially, but I do like Spirit Guard with so many resists. It's got that 5% chance to cast Fade, which on any character with a decent amount of health, like you should definitely be proccing Fade before you die. And then that's it. Like that's your one defensive item, aside from resistance. But yeah, the Spirit Guard is really good. Maybe Storm Shield. Storm Shield does have some good resists, and then it's kind of. I think not the greatest drops, but the runs have smoothed out, and I'd prefer to have smoother runs, because smoother runs are
What
more
do you
runs,
need?
and good drops come from more runs. But yeah, so like Juriel Shell, I guess, because you need cannot be frozen, or I mean I need to get him quite a bit leveled up, but then take Arcane's Valor just for the fun of it, give him a no, but Arcane's Valor doesn't have any res, like resists, just kind of just worse than Juriel Shell, which sucks, but it's true. I've also got the Elite Wire Fleece as well, like the unique one, and it's kind of jank. Like huge defense and like 20 damage reduced, 20 magic damage reduced or something, huge shield recovery. Like it's got things you would like on armor. No, he's still stuck up there. Like these resistances. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's for a Jabazon, but it doesn't have really high strength fire. And Jabazons don't really care about high defense.
Greetings.
Anyway. Yeah, probably Juriel Shell. Or maybe Sharp Stub, if I can sort the res out some other way. But I'm thinking like Juriel Shell, Rockstopper, and Spirit Wheel to have like just really good resistances, really good defense. that means you can use String rather than some kind of IK combo. And then, I don't know, Dracul's Grasp would be really good
Hail
on
to you,
a
champion.
Zerker because you can't Life Leech, but... Life Tap will still give you health regen. And then, Goblin Toe or Gore Rider? I'd have to look at the system. And then B-Star, I guess, for the weapon. Maybe like a
My brothers have escaped you.
big hammer on a switch, like IK or Wind Hammer. Maybe if it was just you and a boss. I didn't, it literally just dropped that. I swear. Doesn't matter. Still nice to see gold. But yeah, I feel like that's a pretty decent Pit
What do
Zerker.
you need?
And if the damage on B-Star is just too low, which to be honest, like play is 8. No, play is 3.
Yes.
It should be okay. I don't know. I feel like everything's been power crept in this game since I used to play, because I remember when B-Star was like top tier. And I was watching someone like play through the game on how it was kind of awesome. I think a lot of that is also rating based. Took the long way around for some reason. And not only okay. So much for smooth runs. They'll get smoother though. The smoothness is in the gameplay. The amazing gameplay. But yeah, I mean look, if B-Star can't hack it, I can make it run. I just need to find a decent base. There's that barbarian only rune word, which gives like 300 and something ED and plus skills and stuff like that. That one doesn't really require anything particularly special that I can think of. But I think B-Star would be fine. I could always throw on Lightsaber instead. Or, the Cryptic Sword kind of has way too high dex requirements. Maybe frickin' Head Strike, that thing just does a lot of bubbling damage. Or, maybe, upgrade Head Strike to but Head Strike just doesn't really synergize with because like then his natural deadly strike just goes to waste.
Greetings.
What rune do I need to upgrade things to upgrade a unique to an elite base? Hold on, I'm gonna check that because I think that rune is relatively farmable. Diablo 2 upgrade to elite. Alright, here we go. From exceptional to elite, Lom and Pull. Okay. I'm not so sure about how common they are. Pull rune. Pull rune is considered a mid rune. I don't think it's that rare. Okay, so Lums are pretty easy to get. And Pull, I think, is not too hard to even cube up to. So yeah, upgrading something to elite is definitely on the cards. I thought that was a way rarer rune combo. Like maybe Butcher's Pupil?
My brothers have escaped you.
There's a lot of weapons in the game. And I was just gonna say, like, why is he being so pissy tonight? That's a nice drop because I don't have that. I don't think it's a particularly wonderful item, but
What do you need?
it's a cool drop. And 40% chance of open wounds is... that's a lot of open wounds. Plus 10 strength and fire res and a huge stack of defenses. I think armor needs to do more than that. But still cool. Definitely would be good on a mercenary. In like some, it would be good period on a like solo self-found type situation because open wounds is always good. You know what, we'll cube these up like while we're here. Get it done. And I need to do some crafting rolls or something with all these amethysts. We'll start rolling some sockets and things. Oh, I can make a call to arms. A call to arms could be quite a good weapon for the Pit Circle, although I really want to make the call to arms just as a like a weapon swap buff. So I don't really want to make it in like an elite base. That's a high strength requirements. See a lot of gold, but it's not gold, but still nice.
Hail to you, champion.
So yeah, I feel like that would be a waste of a call to arms. Oh, I forgot I have a Sir rune as well, which I didn't actually look up. But I have a funny feeling a Sir rune is like anything it gets used in is used in a lot of other stuff. But let's see. I'm just gonna have a quick look. Bramble, Rao, Sir F. Okay, I have an and a Sir, but I don't know if Bramble's something I really want. Dragon, Sir Low Soul. Eternity Amber Ist Salsa, that's a freaking expensive rune mod. Hand of Justice, very expensive again. Last Wish, Jamal, Jasa, Jabba, that's just bonkers. Pride, also bonkers. Wind, Sir L. What's Wind do? 10% chance to cast level 9 Tornado, 20% faster run, 40% increase attack speed. 15% hit recovery, 120 to 160 ED. No, that's trash. Come on. and they want a Sir rune in that. Sir is a high rune. Like, that's... You might as well just throw the rune in the bin. Like, you will clear the game faster with a black than with that. Because black has like 40% crushing blow and the same amount of ED. That's an offensively bad rune word. But, okay, let's see what Bramble does. Ooh, Thorn's Aura when equipped. Hit recovery. Plus to poison skill damage. Oh, is this gonna have to be for my... this is for like a poison Jabazon, I guess. 100% poison resist? That's so freaking nice. One item, just... And then 30% fire resist on top of that. Yeah, it's really about the poison skill damage though, isn't it? I mean, I feel like that would still be super strong on a Jabazon, specifically because like Lightning Fury Jabazons don't really need help to just delete everything. It would slow you Lightning Fury, but you could have... I mean, Poison Lightning Jabazons are just never as good as the single Lightning doing what you're doing, but... maybe I should just make a Poison Necro. But I feel like when you really... like, when you have a Poison Necro who genuinely has, like, endgame gear, you just kill everything. Like, there's so much stuff in this game that, like, buffs poison damage, and then you already have lower resist, and just the base damage. Like, the problem with poison is not that the numbers are off, it's that the resistances, particularly in Hell, are just way too freaking high. But once you start lowering resistances, like with just a little bit more than like lower resist can do, but then a combination of that and like buff damage, and not talking about a huge amount, but pretty accessible stuff like Trangle's Claws or this, like, I mean, Bramble, I say accessible, it does use a high root. But I think there's like a wand. Obviously, there's poison facets, there's things like that. Trangles, I think, has a bunch of like set bonuses towards doing like more damage with poison. But yeah, once you start like speccing in game with your poison stuff, and it's all the synergies together and everything else, like you just delete a screen full of enemies every single time you get poison. Like when people say that Trangle's set, for example, is like bad because it messes up your FCR breakpoints and you can't hit the FCR anymore because you can't do 40 poison novas in a second. Like, A, why would you care? Because there's no point, you can't stack poison, so cast rate is literally irrelevant.
Hail to you, champion.
Like, as long as you can cast once every 3 seconds, you're refreshing poison nova as quickly as it can be refreshed. There is some argument, like, there is some benefit to cast rate in the sense of, like, physically completing the animation faster because it's safer. But when you literally press Poison Nova and an entire screen full of enemies just goes brrr, and just falls over, and you just hear the loot hitting the ground, cast rate does not matter. And if you have the whole Triangle set on a Necro, I'm telling you, that's what happens. Like, it's so strong. And, like, people say it's bad, and it genuinely does my head in. You don't need minions or anything as, like, a really high-level, like, endgame kitted Poison Necro. You just run around Poison over and everything dies. The only thing you need, like, you suck at bosses. But even then, like, if you have things like Sunder Charms... You get them dead. It's just... Interesting.
I can't carry anymore.
This sort of... It's still cool to see. This one is okay. Yeah, that's exceptional. This is either Tower Rushes or Credendum. And the boots are Inferno Stride, which I'm 100% certain I have.
What do you need?
Oh, nice. Perfect roll on the MF. I still think that belt kind of sucks, but you know, if I ever get a full Tower Rushes set together, it'll be really nice to know that I have a perfect roll on the belt. That's actually really cool. The other one is like 14%, but 1% is 1%. This is like a corner of the screen that I'm just not clicking. But like, as far as I'm concerned, tonight's runs, like, now it's just an adventure. I was trying to get really good looking at that bonk.
I can't carry anymore.
He's throwing a lot of uniques at me, which is really cool.
Hail to you, champion.
Nothing doing. Did I not
Good day.
re-roll the instance? I left to get rid of the Hydra, by the way. But... No, I didn't. Okay, maybe I need to stop playing for tonight. I'm feeling the Shaco in my bones. I'm Shacoing myself. But yeah, it's cool to know that I could make that bramble armor, but I don't know for who that armor is.
What do you need?
Because I definitely do not have the kind of gear that's going to make a poison necromancer. aside from that and Trang's gloves. But then again, just that and Trang's gloves is like already close to 100%. Oh, that's right. I was going to do a lightning because I'm pretty sure I have a lightning thunder charm now. But it might even make more sense to just do a lightning sorceress. But I do have some really good lightning. Oh, and I think I have a fire thunder charm from doing Kansas Terror Zones as well. I've got both of those thunder charms the same. Okay, more was cool to see. Yeah, I got both in the same Terror Zone. If I have fire, then it might be cool to just make a fire sorceress who's just pure fire. Because I have an Ormus robe that has +3 to fireball and good bonus to fire skill damage. And I have a spare Oculus. I even have a spare, I was going to say Viper Magic, but you can't really use a Viper Magic. She would need, I don't know where you get your resistances though if you're wearing Ormus robes. I guess you need to get some resistances on the gloves. That's a terrible he's tanking that Hydra.
What do you need?
Nothing doing. I want that Skulders. And I'm grind till I get it. Because when I leave this map, like, I'm not going to Nightmare and normal Lazuk. Like, one at a time. You know what I mean? I'm getting it, actually, I have very few diamonds, so why not? But yeah, I'm doing both at once. If that means my Shaco is a tiny downgrade, I can live with that. I'm still on like, let's see, almost 700 MF on the weapon spot. And the time to kill is like, I'm pretty sure when I have the Skulders and I have like the just one extra skill point, it might even be worth cranking it up.
Hail to you, champion.
Players 5, I think, is when you get the next reduction in no drops. Might even, like, I can do players 8 now, it's just slow, that's the problem. Players 5 would be a little bit slow, but with an extra skill point, maybe not. Either way, when I get the Skulders, let's see. Some like better MF boots would be really nice as well, like mine are still just magics with like, I mean they're 30 res, but it's poison. Honestly, I should even just shop for a pair that have 30 res. And I would be doing something. But oh, I'm actually wearing my good boots. That's not even that bad, and I'm still at how much freaking MF on the weapon swap? It's insane. Like, how much more could I even squeeze out? This thing needs to be sold. Alright, so I'm not wearing the amulet, I'm wearing Mara's. And There's no reason why I couldn't have dual res boots with 30 MF. I wish they would call them lightning. But yeah, I think Players 8 Mephisto is very doable. And doable to the extent that it could actually be quite comfortable. What I would want though, if I was seriously going to start and go through Players 8 Mephisto, would be a Frenzy Bar with a lot of pressure. Well, even a little pressure. Like a Frenzy Bar with a Jurial Shell. Like two fast hitting swords with Leech. That's Dave. I would actually really like an ethereal woe stave to upgrade to exceptional. Like, I still say this is one of the better mercenary weapons in the game, even with that terrible ED, just because of how crippling it is. Like, blinds target, freezes target, prevents heal and open wounds, and slows target, and reduces monster damage. Like, it is so crippling. And bosses are immune to, bosses aren't immune to open wounds, and slow completely breaks
What
them.
do you need?
Really cool Halberd. And I've done Mephisto runs with that Halberd on my mercenary in Hell. Not even upgraded to elite. To a exceptional base to give just a little bit of leech, and it does just fine. But yeah, Barbarian Mercenary would probably want Jurial Shell, G-Face, and I've got some elite unique swords. Blood Moon or Jin Slayer or something that are like just, they're fast, they're pretty hard hitting. And they've got like 10% life, which is so just like two of them with the crushing blow from G-Face. And he should really just bonk Mephisto down nice and quick.
Hail to you, champion.
Yeah, the runs will not be as safe though, because if the mercenary just gets walloped, which will happen on a Players 8 Mephisto, he does a lot of damage. And he can just wonk your mercenary, he can just wonk you as well, if he just randomly decides to target you instead. But yeah, if he just gives you the business like that, not so good. Like, that Cutlass is kind of what I want. I think that is genuinely like the perfect boss slayer on a barbarian. Like, but they need to be ethereal, or you need to upgrade ethereal. One or the other, ideally both. But the main thing is just like their incredibly quick attack rate. Lots of damage. This is such a good one. Who's using this? What like the necromancer's like class specific item. Both of them. Like one of them is wands and one of them is the shrunken heads, and this prevents you from using either. Maybe it's like a fashion thing. There's some necro out there who just wants to like look cool holding a scythe. And it's not like it still gives you +3, so it's like, I don't know, say you +1 shield, +2 wand. it's competitive with that. But a shield and a wand will do a lot more as well. Like, they'll give cast rate, they'll give this, they'll give that. But I guess if you're the kind of person who just wants to like roleplay as a necromancer with a scythe, the damage is pretty decent. 78 to 184. And it's got some fire res and a huge pardon me, some attack rating, minus 50 targets defense as well to help your terrible necromancer actually hit some things. Fire damage enhances your defense, which is kind of worthless, but whatever. Fire resist is useful. It's not terrible. This one is the one with, yeah, just 100% deadly strike. Pretty cool. Like, that's actually a lot of damage, like, even at that level. Although, actually, no, I didn't realize it was level 29. Like, you can use a freaking bone snap. Before that, you can use the humongous. This thing's cool, slows target. Anything with slows target is just a boss killer. Well, a boss crippler at the very least.
What do you
But yeah,
need?
2 of those, I think it's called Cold Steel Eye, the cutlass. 2 of them socketed with Amrunes. Ethereal. Upgraded to Elite are like my Chef's Kiss GG Endgame Frenzy Barbarian weapon. Because they have slows target. Because they attack really fast. And they do a lot of damage. And then with the Amarins, they've got the leash that will keep you very alive. The crushing blow from G-Face. Shore up the resistances with the Julia shell, so you get kind of frozen. And your mercenary should just be absolutely boss killing already. Also cripples the bosses. But this guy's doing the same job. Mage Fist, cool. The Lance of Samya Guy. I guess I should look at the ring. The Cathans. Like, there are no set rings apart from Cathans and Angelics, are there? I don't think so. I think Bulkathos ring should be a set.
Greetings.
They might have to, like, weaken it a little bit, but then put buffs on the set bonus. But then that would kind of suck, because the Bulkathos set is kind of terrible. Although, I don't know, is it that bad?
My brothers have escaped you.
I do think it's kind of cool to have a set that is just 2 swords. But I also think it's kind of like they picked bad looking swords. This is trap. It's sad. I thought that might have been the Witchwild String, because Witchwild String upgraded to Elite Base is like GG endgame bow for me. I would prefer it to a Wind Force,
What
especially
do you
if I
need?
had really good jewels or runes to put in the 2 open sockets. Because I mean, I've talked about it before. It's basically the head striker of bows, but with 2 open sockets. But so it has deadly strike like per scaling per level, like head striker is, which gets close to 100%. I don't think it quite gets quite to like over 100% the way head striker does, but it gets close. So that's effectively doubling your damage, but then it also has a chance to proc amp damage curse, which, you know, on a physical boson that's using multi-shot and piercing, and each, like, you know, so you've got, I don't know, 10 arrows, and they're hitting 5 monsters, and then piercing through them and hitting another 7 or something. Like, you are proccing amp damage a lot. And amp damage does more than just double your damage in because amp damage removes the physical damage reduction that hell monsters have. So it removes a bottleneck on your damage, which is more valuable than just amplifying your damage. So it removes a bottleneck on your damage, then it buffs your damage. Then your damage gets doubled by Deadly Strike. And in an elite base, the damage is actually like solid. It's not like Wind Force, Eagle Horn, Bariza damage. But it's passable damage considering the buffs. But then if you put like really high tier jewels or moves in your two open sockets, then it's actually like just close to 300 ED. So, you know, ideally like Ruby Jewels are
Hail to
you know,
you,
30 IAS, an extra 80% ED. Like, what is the, like, ultimate that you would put socket into IK Mall? Would it maybe be 2 Omrus? Like, would the Shales or 4015s really help you hit any breakpoints? Maybe as a whirlwind barbarian? Like, it already has a name, 40 IAS. Mercenaries just not hitting. So he's not getting slow. What a terrible drop. Bunch of freaking potions and a Nephrim. Not that that matters. What matters is the number of easy drops. Because it's all rolling on the same table. And those things are just on the table. Sometimes you get everything rolls into something you don't care to see or that looks unimpressive. We're running with like more MF than I've ever had in Queens. Back in the day, I never had this much MF. And I had a Skulders. But I just think, like, you didn't have things like Geed's Fortune and... Like, I would never sacrifice that much inventory
Hail
space
to
for
you,
jewels.
champion.
Really cool Act 3 mercenary weapon, although at level 25 I think you could get something that just flatly does better damage. Like use your cube recipe to make a ferocious exceptional polearm. But I'm still, I've got a viewer here, which is cool. This is just my little diary, just grinding the fist though. Found 2 Shakos tonight, which is cool. One of them is so Act 3 mercenary on my head because I didn't have a Shako. I never had a Shako back in the day. Because I never got it. Spend the SOJs on it. Dark Mail, 1 and something. Dark Mail's pretty cool mercenary armor.
What do you need?
Oh no, this is Sparkling Mail, which is alright. I mean, I've said it's worthless, but it has 30 resist. It's, you know, at level 17, although resistance is not that important. in the early game. But then in the early game, 1 to 17 lightning damage is pretty freaking nice. So, you know, it's not terrible. Like, if you level 17 and it drops, you're happy. I can't think of many uniques in this game that, like, you would be unimpressed by. In the, like, the really early game stuff. Like, that's where, like, any unique is going to be amazing. In kind of mid-late game, that's when they start to become, like, eh.
You're too late.
Because you have access to rewards, and you have the means to farm moves. Like, weapons need to start competing with things like Duriel Shell and Snake. I hope this is an ethereal Duriel Shell. A Duriel Shell, it's not ethereal, but I don't know. I think I already have like stashed one. I think I have one spare. And but they just go on every mercenary. Like there's no, like only the Act 3 mercenary doesn't want Duriel Shell. And that's only because he wants something that's freaking harder because he wants Skin of the Tiger. Ah, this is a nice one. I like this one. 10 resist all on a belt. Really nice. Everything else on it. It's got some other useful mods, but it's the 10 resist all that you want. In fairness, you can gamble a dual res belt with like, you know, 60 fire lightning res, and that's realistically better. But Night Smoke looks cooler. But yeah, Duriel Shell, man. Duriel Shell is one of those items that like, just... it's very rare that I will throw a Duriel Shell away, because pretty much every character, like most of my melee characters are going to wear a Duriel Shell, like playing through the game. They might change to something else later, but they're still going to wear it. And every melee mercenary wants one. Like, what are your other options? Like, wow, he has a might aura. Jesus, what happened to my mercenary? Just like turned to freaking vapor, absolutely eviscerated, sent to the Shadow Realm. Blood Rise. I should have pulled him back out of that might aura, but I wasn't even watching. Anyway, it's fine. My mercenaries died like 5 times tonight.
Hail to you, champion.
Man, the game just like where's a level 15 item that has, you know, +3 to bash and 50% bonus to attack rating and IAS and open wounds and life leech. Like, paladins get the best shit. Like, you could clear the game with this thing, as stupid as that sounds, but like, you know, like this has the same ED as a black rune word with like comparable stuff all across the line. I mean, assuming you're upgrading it, right? Upgrading to exceptional base, elite base, and then it has open wounds on top, which is like, is it going to be like great at clearing the game? No. Can you clear the game with a black? Yes, I've literally done it. And I could clear the game with that. The black is going to be better against bosses because of Crushing Blow. The open wounds is going to be probably better against just about everything else, but it's a lower score of open wounds. But like, crazy how spoiled paladins are in this game. And then it's just like things like even the fact that, you know, like Crush Flange can literally be like an endgame weapon for a paladin because of just how dopey Smite is. Like you could, a paladin with Crush Flange and Smite, and just like, you know, any kind of like mid weapon to like Seal Whip on weapon swap, can kill bosses faster than a barbarian with like the most GG endgame, sword or hammer or whatever. Just because never missing, super fast attack speed, plus crushing blow evaporates bosses, and that's a win hammer. No, bludgeoning stuff. It's still cool. Still cool. Man, bludgeoning stuff's such a good item. Like full res, plus strength, plus mace mastery, and mastery. So basically plus 5 to the mastery one. 50% crushing blow. Like that's a big boy. This, I think, is this Titans or is this Thunderstroke? I've got spares of all of them, but it's cool. Thunderstroke. And okay, this one gives plus 4 to jab and spears, which is a good one. But that minus 15 to enemy lightning resistance. I've got them, so but it's still a cool find. Like, now that I have a lightning thunder charm, I think I have a lightning and fire. The temptation is to do pure lightning son, running around with Thunderstroke. And just happily farming any Terror Zone on players 8. We're gonna go like just get hosed off by Ormus. Like not even, I didn't even mean me, like Ormus, just turn the freaking hose on my mercenary like he's a muddy dog. Get rid of that. Like walk that shit through the house. Yeah, just these little incremental upgrades of like a little bit more MF here, an extra +1 to skills there. It all starts to add up, and then suddenly Mephisto is, dying much faster. Okay, nice. And as I say, I genuinely think like maybe with the Skulders I can just consistently leave it on players 5. I wonder what I would have to do to be able to just consistently leave it on players 8. Upgrading the Kelpie Snare so that my mercenary actually gets some like consistent reach is probably step 1. Honestly, just getting a few more levels is another really big step, because every level that my mercenary is above this area, he's just harder for Mephisto to hit. So he obviously dying so much more, and he gets more benefit from the huge defense on Duriel Shell and Ethereal. That's just gonna scale in its value with his level, which is really cool. So maybe getting an Ethereal Vamp Gaze. But yeah, definitely upgrading that to Elite. But that's way down the road. And I would want to find one with a perfect damage roll as well. I think it can go up to 200. And then I guess socketing it, putting an Amrune in it.
Hail to you.
Then you could maybe consider going with a helm that's more like something like an Andariel's Visage with the plus skills. The plus skills isn't that meaningful, but the attack speed, the bigger leech, like more leech and attack speed on a weapon that already has leech and is actually doing real damage. That's a really cool buff. But yeah, that's a long way down the road. That's me having a character who is basically willing to just surrender one of their soccer quests.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. This is the meat scraper, I think, and that this is Cathans or an Angelix, but it's almost certainly a Cathans because an Angelix is actually kind of cool.
What do you
Not
need?
that I would like both of them get sold, but it doesn't matter. Okay, it's an Angelix. Right? That's what I get for running my mouth. The game's just like, shut your whole mouth, slandering my lip drops. And this is a cool little piece of kit. Like, this is just one of those like really good mercenary weapons that, you know, if you're not lucking out and having a Kelpie snare or something, like honestly, there's a world in which like this is like your elite endgame weapon on your mercenary, where you just upgrade it to elite base, chuck an Amrune in it or something, and you know, run it with like Steel Skull and Juriel Shell, and like just accept that your mercenary is going to be a little more fragile. But like, man, if he kills something, you know, he's putting another like 75 MF on top of all your MF as well. But still, gotta love, like, you know, it's not like you're sacrificing a lot for the MF. Like at the level you get this, at the exceptional level, like what else is there that's gonna, like, this has really good attack speed, it has really high life leech, it has a great ED roll, it has a combat modifier, open wounds, really strong, and it has MF, like, just really freaking nice. But I suppose I don't know, I'm trying to think, like genuine GG type gear for my mercenary, I guess it would just be a helmet that like does it all. So it would be something really ridiculously bougie, like Crown of Ages. That's just like, well, that's all your resistance is sorted, it's physical resistance, it's this, it's that. Put more damage reduction in with the open sockets or shore up any other necessary resistances. So then you can wear something like a hustle for, it's teasing me with the Skulders, but it's coming. I'm telling you, it's being FedExed.
Hail to you,
It's
champion.
It's in the Amazon truck. It's on its way. Okay, so I thought this had Cannot Be Frozen, but it actually just has Freeze Target. But yeah, so like maybe Crown of Ages and Hustle, because doesn't Hustle give you like Amazon dodge and evade? As well as like huge IAS buffs. Like dodge and evade is like, you know, it's just mitigating like, I don't know, 15-20% of all damage you're taking, and then attacking faster, you reach more. Like if wearing it didn't typically work resistances, I think people would use that on them. I've seen it used on mercenaries and used well, like, it does well. It's just it's usually used in some, wow, what a drop. So this bad boy is, yeah, so this is the exact sword that I was talking about, throwing a couple of ethereal ones of these on your Frenzy Barb, and then getting Crushing Blow with G-Face, and then popping a Juriel Shell on, and just letting him go to town, letting him go ham. And he should tear bosses up like that, and be pretty survivable, because 14 leech, that's a lot. I think I've got a couple of them. These are Marowaks. No, Silkweaves. Okay, I really don't like Silkweaves. I've got a pair. Frosties and Gothic stuff. What is this? Warp Spear. Okay, this one's new to me. +3 to skill levels. Ignores target defense. +2 energy shield, teleport, telekinesis. So it's alright, but it's really not that great. in a world where Oculus and Rhyme exist, it's like, who's gonna use this? Even an energy shield sorceress is like, it could be cool on a weapon swap for the teleport, but then it's also like, when you're teleporting, you want fast cast. So, like, I think a genuinely better weapon, like a sweatier weapon swap for a sorceress who wants to like teleport would be something like Wizard Spike and Lidless Wall, or Lizard Spike and Wall the Eyeless. The one, you know, either shield that gives you, so you're just getting like 70% cast rate just on your on hand and off hand. But yeah, I mean, look, as a weapon swap to teleport around, could be cool. And I guess there are people who just like to use a staff. It does feel like cooler and more authentically sorcerousy. The problem is that the staff's just... Ooh, rare card. That. Drops like that are like super enticing.
Hail to you, champion.
But just like anything, you gotta roll them stats and the dice. Sometimes the dice just give you a kick. I got 2 Shakos tonight. There's nothing it can do to bring me down. I didn't just get 2 Shakos, I got that elite sword. Which, to be honest, like, I'm saying like, well, I've already got 2 of them. But like, if I really thought that like, okay, this is a great barbarian mercenary build, then the 2 of them I've got already earmarked. But I just want to check the damage. Doesn't take too long. But yeah, I also got a van. I think I got a van for this story, right? Another rare serpent, very cool. But I definitely, I have definitely got some cool drops. And some of them were just cool things that like I already have, so.
What do you need?
But still cool. Ooh, what is this? This is like a Mara's circlet. Like, not quite, but this is good. 20 all res, plus 2 skills, faster run walk. This is just like a lore on steroids. Man, you have to be almost level 70 to use it. What are the odds that my assassin, you know, is going to not have something better by that level? I don't know. I don't even play assassins. They're one of the few character classes that I've never really tried. Maybe I should just do a stream of like finishing the game with an assassin. Could be interesting, especially if it's a melee assassin. Because finishing the game, this game, with any caster is like, it's just easy mode because you just get your damage for free. Like, I know with genuinely no plus to skills, your damage really looks bad in hell on anything but maybe a sorceress. It even depends on like how focused. Like a blizzard sorceress that just has, you know, all the blizzard synergies is still gonna have good damage with blizzard even with no plus to skills. But I think a trapster, actually got a necromancer doesn't even have pluses to skills. Like a necromancer can realistically just lock everything up with like, you know, bone walls and bone prisons. And, you know, completely annihilate everything with like, just throw a bunch of bone spears until there's a couple of bodies and then just start corpse explosioning. This is a cool item. The fact that it gives you a level 20 charge bolt on striking, I kind of want to try that on like a Fury Druid with a lot of IAS and just like see how many bolts come out. Ooh, nice. I've got a Tar Rushes, but still cool considering I have actually, I was gonna say, like, I've got my Maras, but maybe someone else will want the Maras at some point. And, like, it's not a great role. And to be honest, a Tarasha's, like, for what I do with my Sorceress, a Tarasha's is better in some ways to have more, like, just a little bit more lightning res. And a little chunk of life is good too. Got distracted. Anyway. I don't remember what I was saying. Oh, so like, there are some things that I just like want. So like, before I really start like, you know, running around with the barbarian, you know, monk and we have Pit Circle at home, like what I would really like is an area space.
My brothers
Ow.
escaped you.
Hey! And I was going to say, I was just about to say, before I really start leaning into my summon necro, I'm going to want a homunculus.
What do
I
you
think
need?
that is homunculus. It is indeed. And I don't think there's any variable about homunculus, is it? +2/+2, block rate, chance of blocking, enhanced defense, energy, regenerate mana, ore resistance. Oh, 40 to ore resistances, +5 to mana after each kill. What a beast. Okay, that might be the symbol from the heavens to go and sort my boy. You know what that disgusting rune word, what was it, the one bramble that gives you 50% poison damage? Maybe that in a rabies druid. Like, I know the rabies druid is generally seen as like the worst thing, but like I'm going to do a summon necro. Summon necros are so strong in this game. There's a council member here. Can you just wait? Wow, that's a lot of life. Why am I fighting an entire council? Oh, no reason for me to even do this. Oh well. I feel like it was only polite to finish that fight. I know there was one more normal council member.
Hail to you, champion.
We killed the unique. I'm good. It was such a wasted run, but it's cool. We've had really good drops tonight. But, like, just as I'm talking about how I want an Ariad's face, I get one of the other really iconic class specifics that I also want. But yeah, as I was saying, I want to do a summoning necro because, like, I genuinely think, like, just in terms of, like, the combination of, like, I kill everything, I don't care what their affixes are, I don't care what the super uniques have. You know, I don't care if it's players 8, I don't care if I'm in a terror zone, I don't care. Like, my shit scales off the enemy, and the better they are, the better I kill. Like, that's how strong a poison, like a fully geared summon Necros. Like, the only reason they're not the Kukushikaku, but still always worth taking a look at and identifying. But yeah, the only reason a Poison Necro, like they're not fast. They take a little bit of time to like get rolling. But let's say you're just farming a big old Terra Zone.
I can't carry
Like,
anymore.
it doesn't matter if it takes you a minute or two to get your summons out. It doesn't take a minute, but let's say it takes you, like, by the time you've got your summons. Oh, good thing I pressed that button and didn't accidentally sell my Maras, even though it's not a great Maras. It's still, you know, there are many like it, but this one is mine. It's crazy though that I could easily just gamble a rare amulet for the sorceress. It's just flat out better. Wouldn't be easy though, and really what I should be doing with amulets is trying to craft a caster amulet. But I could get really good amulets for like a barbarian, for you know, they don't need cast rate. It's only the sorceress that wants, like, I'm pretty sure the caster amulet, like 20 cast rate, +2 sorceress skills, resist all, maybe a bit of life, is a best in slot amulet for a sorceress. Yeah, we're getting better at doing this teleport. And just generally like remembering to corral him down here, get smoother lines. Barely touched the first there, and that is Black Hades, which is like, I used to look at this and think it was terrible back in the day, but actually looking at it from like the standpoint of so one of the things I used to back in the day was like, I just didn't care that much about resistances until I started playing hardcore. And what is this? +1 to druid skills. All resistances 16, 17% MF. Honestly, I might actually stash that for a druid that I have, but I'll just give him a ton. Like, the 16 resist is nice, but 63 to mana as well. I hate that it has that level 4 ice blast. Like, it just looks grubby, so I'm good. You know what? It's fine. I've seen better circlets than that. I know they're out there. But yeah, as I was saying, I would tend to look at something like this and be like, eh. But like, realistically, if you look at this from like a solo self-found perspective, like half restoration, you know, is quite valuable. Damage to demons is, you know, it's good. It's not like game breaking, but it's really good. And then the big defense is kind of not that great. Attack rating as demons is good. But the main thing is just those 3 sockets. That's a free 90 resist armor that also does other stuff. And some other stuff that's pretty good, like half restoration and damage to demons. But I've already got one. But still cool. I'm going to put that sword away. And then I'm going to take a quick break here, because I want to see what time it is. Okay, we're coming up on the 3-hour mark. At the 3-hour mark, it might be time for a slightly longer break, but for now, I'm just going to be back in a minute or two. really like a good terror zone to like do some leveling in. But there are plenty of locations I can go level. Like I could go level in Lower Kuras while popping chests. That's how I got my last level. That's kind of how I got to here as well. But that is very time dependent. If anyone does stumble across this, I hope you checked out. It's another blood tree stuff. Zarfin's stream, like Zarfin the Blue Goblin, another like big Diablo 2 streamer. I'm sure you know him if you're looking
Hail
for
to
Diablo 2
you,
content.
champion.
He did his unique only paladin, and he's like right on the cusp of finishing it. It's really cool. And he's just like finally starting to get good. He got a B star. You know, he's got all his slots filled with like good gear. The only thing that like really made me cry was he had a choice between socketing Scalders and Twitch Throw as kind of like his end game. You know, I like this. I just like at this point he was just like, okay, I just want to like we're just clearing out 4 and 5, finishing and getting our our kind of pat on the head from the game for finishing it. And yeah, for some reason he ended up socketing Scalders. He's up on the chart first. But yeah, for some reason he ended up socketing Scalders, which is like, I understand the argument, fuck on skill. I think that's about what it is to magic damage, but it's like too. I think for a paladin, Twitch throws way stronger because teasing me with the
I can't carry anymore.
the arid space that it knows I want. It'll cough it up. These are water walks. Still cool to see. Oh, 62 to life. Okay, that might be worth keeping because the ones I have are around 50 or something. I didn't realize that you could walk high. I can sort of understand why they're more desirable. 60 to life is a lot. And if your resistance is a good otherwise. I like a paladin with a shield and a smoke or something. Like you can probably afford to chuck
What do you need?
bonus to life. Man, what was I saying? I don't know. Anyway, I do need to level up another character so I can do different things. So, yeah, summon Necros are just how powerful they are. Like, a summon Necro can do the Chaos Sanctuary, kill everything inside of another problem, and kill Diablo with everything rolling and strong. And I don't mean like some nonsense where you're like, re-summoning a golem while he's Iron Maiden. I mean like your revives and your skeletons walk over him to him and beat him to death in short order. And it's the same with Baal when you have everything rolling, which really just means fanaticism from a hustle on your mercenary, might merc, thorns from edge on a bow. Like just those three things. Like it's a weirdly kind of cheap build in that sense, because like obviously it would be nice to have like 2 SOJs and a Shaco, but like realistically, like if you have those ingredients and you just have like lore, hell even a rhyme, like obviously homunculus is gonna be better. But even then, it's kind of like you're going to be holding the image for a good chunk of the time anyway, so... You know? Maybe smoke for resistances, or... But even then, it's kind of like you can sort of do without
I'm
resistances because the build is just so fundamentally safe. This is gold skin, which is actually a pretty rare drop. Really freaking good defensive value for a basic armor. Really nice armor, I think. If it weren't for Duriel Shell being like not too hard to find, gold skin has a lot of value to me as like a
What do
mercenary
you
armor and even not terrible mana leech +1, but yeah, could be a lot better. But yeah, I just think gold skin is a really nice bit of armor just because of those fat resists. But you just make a smoke. Let's be real. But still, maybe you can't get a smoke for whatever reason. Find a gold skin first. Or if you just want to chuck something on the mercenary to sort the resists out. I wonder if that's a failed unique. That would be so depressing if it was. I don't think Kira's Guardian can even drop here.
Hail to you, champion.
But still cool. Always love to see, like, to me, rare amulets, rare rings, rare circlets and coronets are not quite as like hype as some unique drops, you know, like unique jewelry or something, where it's like, look, odds are it's going to be a Manals or a Nagel or a Ravenfrost or a Dwarfstar or, you know, something else that you already have, and it's just not that exciting. But it has a chance of being something. And that's kind of how I feel about things like coronet, like rare coronets, rare ammies. But then it also comes down to the fact that like you can kind of gamble with rare jewelry and it's money too. The money is that hard to find in this game.
Thanks.
That's good. I don't want my horse standing in a firewall. Man, when you get into this angle, like the charge wolves like really rip him up. The charge wolves, the frozen orb. Really
What
gives
do
me
you
Mr.
need?
Business. I used to think knockback was like the coolest thing ever, but in fairness, I used to use knockback like that used to be one of my like most sought out affixes in like Diablo 1 days, and I just had this really vivid memory of like being able to kill the butcher with a sword of the bear, I think it was called. I can't remember exactly what the sword. It was something fast hitting. And the knockback was like really good CC, and using that game like a tough single enemy, you could just kind of bully them with it. It was very hard to get them back because they were constantly a really like brutal hit recovery frame with the knockback.
Greetings.
I wonder if I could do the pits with my mercenary. Like, I did the pits when it was terrorized, players 8, with my mercenary, and it was kind of slow, kind of painful, but non-terrorized, players 3, other thing is like, why? Like, I'm not at that point in the game yet where I'm looking for like those holy grail items. There's still so much that is opening up that I want or will be able to use, and that will help if I'm going to start grinding all that, you know, real holy grail stuff. Not a bad shield, sorts out your fire res. The scalper, oh, that's actually a really good damage roll, and like I did throw barbs back in the day when like these did not exist. Like your shot for your end game weapon was like a cruel flying axe of quickness, or a cruel winged harpoon of quickness that you shopped for. That you literally spent, you know, a
What do you
week
need?
shopping for. Or you could try to craft that like elusive god roll blood axe and, you know, never get it. Or, you know, try getting one of your really high level sorceresses or necros or something to like throw an imbue on a winged axe or something. And that was always like, you know, do you try an ethereal in the hopes of getting replenished stack, but knowing that like it's genuinely going to break your heart if you get a really good roll with no replenisher stack on an ethereal, like, but then if you get a really good roll with replenisher stack on a non-ethereal, like, it just, there's so many ways of like making you cry. But throw barbs were doable, and throwing mastery sucked back in the day. Like, throwing mastery did not give innate pierce or chance to not consume stack.
Hail to you, champion.
So the only way you could get pierce as a throw barb was razor tail. It's still a best in slot item for a throw barb, but it was non-negotiable in those days. But yeah, I will definitely do a throw barbarian at some point. I don't know what he'll do in terms of like what his end game is, if you see what I mean. Like a berserker's end game would be farming the pits. But honestly, I have 2 glimmer shreds on the on a mill that I found on like Nightmare Material Vista, and I'm honestly wondering if like a throw barb with 2 glimmer shreds can't just kind of farm wherever he wants, because they have so much elemental damage. Like, I think he'll deal with the stone skins just fine. But the question is whether or not it will be efficient, and the question is then how much MF gear can he wear while he's doing it?
Greetings.
And the answer is probably not a lot. Because you kind of need to be wearing Razor Tail. That can scarcely be taken off because it is such a damage multiplier. But I guess Goldwrap does give IAS. So, I mean, like, Goldwrap Skulders, Shaco. And then a bunch of charms. But yeah, I can't see how the utility of that is. Like, what would a throw barbarian do? Is there some map that you do really good farming? I do actually feel like a throw barb could be quite good in the Tombs of Kal Rasha, which are very high in the area. Because they're so cracked. That, like, piercing axes will just do a
What
lot.
do you need?
But again, I mean, So I guess the real strength of a barbarian like that is not so much the amount of MF that you can have, but the fact that you can switch to 2 blades of Alibaba and, you know, start you know, start like humping the dead monsters to make items come out and get a second drop chance. But you still want decent MF on your first drop chance because, you know, if you're gonna have 2 drops. Like, but the thing is, even like, I don't know, 150, 200 MF is quite good if you're playing high player count.
My brothers have escaped you.
What an absolute and that's the matriarchal bow is that an elite? Yeah, I still think that's a cool item. Like, it's just one of those things where it's like, if you wanted to LARP as like a melee necromancer, and you know, with Decrepify and a lot of bone armor, and assuming you kind of over leveled and stuff, like you can go in there, you can smack some things, you do okay damage with a weapon like that. Like, you're not going to be tanking Moonlords, but presumably you'll have minions and stuff. But yeah, like if you wanted to LARP as like a melee necromancer, it's +3 skills. Like if it were like +2 to skills, it would just be like really disrespectful, I think. Even as like obviously anyone who wants to play a melee necro is comfortable playing with really suboptimal class, but it's like, you know, if you're going to give them health. Ah, nice. That's a nice little piece of armor. Kind of like a, you know, Mom, can we have Skin of the Life of Magic at home? But for anyone who doesn't need cast rate, like a Hamadin or something. Oh, Hamadins do. Maybe a Druid? Elemental Druid? Necromancer? Damage taken goes to mana is nice. It has barely any real strength requirement. Huge defense. And 25 all res with +1 all skills. That's a nice piece of armor. I've got to remember what the Naja's set actually does, because with that I've got the whole set now. The circlet is, you know, one of those items that just kind of drops everywhere, and it's like, what does this even for? It just doesn't seem to do anything. Adds
What
fire
do
damage
you
or something
need?
for a freaking sorceress. Terrible. The staff is like a +1 to all skill staff that takes your offhand and on hand, but I don't know, maybe you get some real freaking magic when you bring the set together. Would hope so. Or maybe even a partial bonus is pretty cool. Man, it's taking some important item slots. I don't think there's any way it's going to be able to justify that. Like, because the only piece is you have its own issue, and still just flat with a downgrade from Skin to the Life of Magic, even with all those. Oh, it still has some it's still a cool find though. There's something's grabbing the cell. We're getting to the rhythm. The runs have definitely smoothed out. It was just me playing jank at the start and then getting salty about it. This is such a cool affix on helms. This, you know, percent to attack rating per level. Like, it's one of those things that like makes a rare helm not necessarily garbage all the time. Like, you could imagine some like really nice roll, like, you know, fat tri-res helm with that being like just maybe some hit recovery, like really being like slottable. Especially when you're bossing, because like hitting bosses in this game just sucks. Like, it just sucks. You can have angelics, you can have fools on your weapon, like you can have so much attack rating, and your chance to hit, you know, Baal is still gonna be like 50%. And then the really messed up thing is like some of the really hard to hit enemies in this game, like Baal, also have a block chance, which like I think that's why the game shows that they're so hard to hit, because it doesn't matter how good your attack rating is, their flat block chance is negated by your attack rating. But yeah. Melee abilities that have to roll to hit just kind of suck at bossing. Although assassin kicks have to roll to hit, don't they? And they are not bad at bossing. They're comparable to Smite in some ways. In fact, maybe even better. I don't know much about assassins, but I know kicks can pretty good. And then, I mean, I'm not even talking about with Mosaic, because obviously with Mosaic, when you just like run in 3 charges and go rah 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 rah, and like 5 tiger strikes, like they're fully charged. What is it, the exploding kick? Wow. Okay. See what I mean by like some of these like crazy little rares you can get? Like, this thing is freaking competitive. This is a one-handed sword that does 100 to 200 damage. With some attack rating, with life leech, with +1 paladin skill levels. Like, that's going on my paladin. 100%. At level 42, what the hell are you going to put on a one-handed sword on a paladin that is better than that? What a sweet little find. Freaking cool little sword. Like, look at that. Like, this is an elite unique, incidentally, right? Elite grade unique. And this does more damage. This faster attack speed, 50% chance of open wounds. This is a better item, there's no question. But this is also a level 61 item, and this is a level 42 item. Freaking cool. Can't you roll sockets into rares without having to Lazuk them as well? I think you use, there's some recipe with skulls or something. Oh, it might, I hope it's not one of those old recipes that needs you to use a freaking Stone of Jordan. Like, those recipes are, like, because when those recipes were the, like, you know, existed, you could just gamble Stones of Jordan. Stones of Jordan were not hard to get back in, because there were only, like, 4 unique rings, maybe even less. There was, like, Manald's, Nagel, and Stone of Jordan. That was it. So, getting a Stone of Jordan, like, once you had rolled unique on rings was not that hard. And gambling a unique was just not that hard either. So, gambling a Stone of Jordan, easy. I think the price for a Stone of Jordan was like 6 perfect skulls or something. I'm just gonna sell this. This is... What is this? This is the Lance of Sun Yagai, isn't it? Yeah. I'm not gonna identify that. I've seen that too many times tonight. It's starting to feel annoying. But it's still cool to see gold. But yeah, I'm so chuffed about that little Valcata. What a cool sword. Although tell me Head Strike is the same level, I'm gonna cry because I'm generally imagining using that on my Paladin and being happy with it, but Head Striker. Oh, I've already milled Head Striker off, so I can't even look. I don't know. I'm still gonna use that on my Paladin. Like, I'm kind of tempted to just like, I was gonna say like maybe make that the basis of like a rare only Zealot run, because that's something I like. So like a lot of streamers are gonna do like a rare only run or something. Obviously I'm not a streamer, but I'm open to doing some like challenge runs and stuff for my own amusement, and I might as well stream them. But a lot of people who like play these games will do a challenge run, and I understand the challenge aspect of it, but I think doing a melee character rare only, where, you know, like eventually the game is going to give you a rare that you can beat the game with, but I feel like it would also be cool to have a rare to like grind towards, if that makes sense. Like, and see how a rare actually like stacks up in your kind of end game setup, because everything apart from a weapon, I would argue, is fairly easy to get decent gear with rare wise. Like, you know, rare rings and amulets are often best in slot, especially for melee characters. And even non-rare rings and amulets can definitely be like Hellveil worthy. Like, give me 2 10 resistol rings and a 30 resistol amulet. I'll be very happy with that. That's just magic. You can fly them on the ground and gamble them. Oh, very nice. Oh, really nice. You know how rare it is to see a Scourge? Such a cool item with the like crazy minimum, crazy maximum damage and the super high attack speed.
What do you need?
You know what? Can't even be mad, because it's genuinely something I want. It's not a perfect Nagel, but it's freaking close enough. And this bad boy, oh, 156 ED. Not bad, not bad. There's a world in which this was ethereal and actually does, like, would actually do like some crazy damage. But 163 ED, yeah, the low is just too low. But there are elite grade like set items and stuff like that that are no better than this in terms of damage. Like Sasabi's sword. I would say the mace from the was it Huanins? No, not Huanins. From Heaven's Brethren, I think the set's called. Dangun's Teaching, that's the one. I would say that, but Dangun's Teaching has that like 10 freaking percent chance to cast Frost Nova on attack, which makes it one of the safest weapons in the game. Like, the damage it does is not that great, but if you like pair that with Goblin Toe or something, so you just slowly crush and blow everything down, like you, especially on like a single paladin or something with good resistances, like the only thing you're afraid of is being like overwhelmed by like hard-hitting melee enemies. And when you're just like pooping out Frost Novas, honestly keeping everything like chilled and recovery, and you know, your damage is like, it's not amazing, but like, you know, with Crushing Blow, it will kill mobs, and not in like an hour, but it will kill them. Because that thing also has like 40% IAS.
Greetings.
But yeah, that is legit one of the safest weapons in the game. It just requires, like, it requires support to deal with like high health pools, and really all that means is basically Goblin Toe. Or honestly, I don't even know if I would pair it with, you know, something like G-Face or Gore Rider, because like maybe Gore Rider because open wounds and crushing blow, they just synergize nicely. But like Deadly Strike on a weapon that like already has kind of not great damage. I don't know, maybe on a Barbarian because you already have some Deadly Strike and then it's going to stack. Yeesh. Just hurling out your knees. Nice shield. That's kittens. That's Venomord. The old breast is best plate. But this is a cool shield. I don't think I've like identified this while doing my little loot diary. Paladins just get so freaking spoiled by this game. Like, what is this shield with +1 skills and 15 all res and good block mods? Like, come on, spoiled little shit.
What do you need?
Like most characters at level 17 would be like super happy just to have a shield with 15 all res. You know, the first plus skill shield most characters are going to see is Saigon's Guard, which, in fairness, Saigon's Guard is way better at blocking than Steel Clash. But man, 15 all res is worth a lot, and Saigon's got no res. But in fairness, I would probably still rather run Saigons on Paladin, just because like the chance is so good. And at those low levels, like, you're going to max out resistance, you don't need to worry about that. It's so good. But Steel Clash is pretty cool still. And plus skill shields are just not that common. Like, you've got Visceraton, the Sorceress one that we've seen tonight. You've got Lidless Wall, I think it is, the Bone Shield with cast rate. You've got Saigons.
Champion.
And Visceraton is Sorceress only. Like, this is a weird sword. Like, who is this for? Come on, defensive and offensive auras. Why not just give +2 to you can't get +2 to auras. But this level 7 Fist of the Heavens on striking, who cares? The ED is pretty decent, but like I guess you just use it as a barbarian, sword barbarian. Like, I just two-handed swords in this game as two-handed swords always seem kind of pointless. The strength requirements and stuff, the dex requirements are just silly. Just use an axe, just use a mace, even use a one-handed sword. The damage, like if you calculate the physical, like just the damage done by weapons, like in calculation with their IAS, average damage, so DPS, like the raw DPS output of most elite bases. I'm pretty sure one-handed weapons almost all beat the big two-handed swords used in one hand. The two-handed swords get essentially a damage tax as a one-handed weapon because what they have is extra damage. And range is pretty important if you're using well. Quite a few things I want to pick up here.
Impossible.
Oh no, that's fine. But yeah, so the strength of those weapons is range. But let me let you in on a secret. There's a reason why when I picked up that Berserker axe, I was like, ooh, socketed Berserker axe. And the reason is because Berserker axe, particularly on a barbarian, in fact I think solely on a barbarian is like the best weapon that a barbarian can have as a one-handed weapon. Like it doesn't. I don't think it's got barely any dex requirement at all, as far as I know. The base damage is really good. This is cool just because it has enchant charges, which is like just huge free attack rating. But not many characters are going to want to put 94 into dex and 125 into strength. It's not unachievable. There are characters who will have that one attack rating. If the ED roll on that were good, that would be pretty cool. With +2 skills, 200 attack rating, dual leech. But yeah, so like, but a Berserker Axe has as much range as the two-handed swords, which I think is three tiles. Like most weapons, most one-handed weapons have between 1 and 2, and most two-handed weapons have between like I think like 2 and 4 or something. Like some of them have quite short range, like mauls and stuff have fairly short range, and then the big pole weapons and spears I think have maybe up to like 4. I can't remember exactly, but I know two-handed swords and berserker axes have the best possible range of any one-handed weapon. Same two-handed swords and one-handed weapon that's being used in one hand by a barbarian. And that's Hexfire, which is a decent sword. Pretty cool mid-game sword, particularly for a Holy Fire Paladin, because like you know, people will like say, oh, you know, Holy Fire, you just want attack speed. And if you're min-maxing, sure, like you'd probably want something ridiculous, like a 6 shale phase blade or something. Wait, hold on to that. As your kind of in-game weapon, but honestly, there's nothing wrong with having some base damage. Base damage is super helpful. It lets you leech, for example. It's not just a question of like, oh, well, what do you do about fire immunes? But a lot of monsters have a lot of fire resistance. And unless you're running with a Sunder Charm, actually, that's kind of tempting to just go all in Holy Fire Paladin with a Sunder Charm. But then I'm not using it. I'll probably go Twitch Throw and Hawkmail. Hawkmail is really cool. And early game, if I have a shield,
What do you need?
and I'm not running like a set that which I usually do early game, I usually run some kind of set. But if I were going like all unique early game character, shared stash, if they're a melee character, they're getting like run walk is so good in the early game because you spend so much time just running. Cannot be frozen, super strong always. And like 15 resistance low, but in normal it's you'll have a shield, you'll have a bunch of shield. This is the Skewer Rinitz or something? I don't see this one very often. rate affix is, I mean, at level 10, that's a super strong weapon. Even just that adds 3 to 7 damage is like super significant. That's exceptional. So we just ID the Revolge.
Hail to you, champion.
But yeah, I kind of want to do like find some cool rare here that I think is potentially endgame worthy, like that sword. Although I have a hatchet that I think is just better because it has a chance to cast amp damage, and on a Zealadin, like that's so strong because you know with maxed out fanaticism, you're attacking like you need to attack 20 times to proc it, and you attack 20 times. Like, brr, 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 that's 20. Which basically means that like on a lot of things like super uniques, bosses, champion mobs, even stone skins, they're gonna last long enough for you to proc the amp damage on them and then just delete them, and that's especially good with this. It just means we don't care about physical immunity at all. But yeah, as I said, like look at a rare and think like, okay, that's my end game melee weapon, but I need to get to the point where I can use it only playing with rares.
What do you need?
And like there's a pretty like established gameplay loop to rare only runs, which I really love because I love when you have like structure like that. And Bloodfist, such good gloves. As I was saying, if I was doing like normal uniques to hell on a melee character, like being able to upgrade them obviously, this would be the one. Because even in hell 40 life is meaningful. 5 to minimum damage is not great, but it is like off weapon, it's multiplied, it's significant. 30 hit recovery is really freaking good, especially, you know, when it's just kind of coming from the grassy knoll like that. It's not like, oh well, my armor gives me hit recovery and nothing else. And 10 IAS.
I am
like,
overburdened.
Yeah, obviously we would like more IAS, but circlets. I don't even know if I'm realistically high enough level to be getting like to be gambling circuits, but damn, if it weren't for the Shaco, like it's got some wasted slots, but it's still 15 all res plus 2 cold skills. Helmet. Let's get one more rare and then we'll stop. Oh yeah, I always forget. You can get cast rate on a circlet. So that would, a circlet would be the king for a mercenary. For like your Act 3 merc. Though I don't know if it lets them reach anything. I guess the play would be to have like in theory it's not even that hard to get a circlet that has cast rate or resistance, and if it has plus skills so much the better, but doesn't need it. I think I still just like left my gold on the ground there. Not that it matters. But yeah, your Act 3 mercenary could, in theory, get a lot of resistance from the circlet, get plus skills and cast rate from the circlet, and then wear like a more defensive shield. why not? I'm gonna chuck them in the stash. And Gala Pain. Not really the best damage stick. An upgraded steel driver would massively outperform this. And I know I highly rated the chance to cast amp damage, but not on something that slow. Like if you spawned a fast two-handed rare for a Fury Druid that had IAS and chance to cast amp damage, sure. But the Gavel of Pain is slow. But I guess it also has the air damage charges, so, you know, it's still a free way to kill physical immunes if you're really struggling. Like, even if you're just having it on weapon switch purely for the charges. And it would probably make killing bosses a lot quicker as well for like a Fury Druid or a Barbarian or something. But it's also one of those things where it's like, the only time you want like where like time to kill on bosses really matters is like either if you're killing them so slowly and it's hardcore that, you know, like it's melting your brain and you're gonna do damage in so quick. That's when like time to kill on bosses starts to really matter. This is Sanders. Such a enhanced damage and a huge chunk of cold damage and mana leech on a freaking wand. Like Sanders set, the whole thing is like melee oriented, but then it uses a wand as a weapon.
What do you need?
But whatever. Someone out there wants to play a melee Necro. It's not like Necros are like getting shafted on equipment in this game. Like they actually get some of the best stuff. Level 9 weapon. That thing is a hurt stick, but obviously it's not going to have the ADA, but that thing is genuinely a hurt stick at low level, and I don't remember what the set bonuses for it are particularly good or not. I think there's no set bonuses for the actual cudgel because it's
Hail
already so
to you,
strong.
champion.
It's like 19 max damage and then +1 max damage for a character level. It's a really strong weapon. My favorite weapon for the really early game though, like if I'm going through with a paladin or something, is I just take the Claws set. And it kind of sucks to have like a lame shield, but with the max damage per level on the sword, the deadly strike, with the crushing blow, you get to having the whole set. I think that's really Oh, okay. Is that Kira's Guardian? It is, and it's nice roll. I don't know who uses Kira's Guardian, but that does roll up to like 70 all res, but man, even 57 on one item, that's amazing. But who uses Kira's Guardian? Like, cannot be frozen and huge res? Anyone would want that, wouldn't they? particularly a melee class. I guess maybe a paladin. Like I would always want to place for like G-Face on my paladin, but at the same time, like that and Herald of Zakarum together is like most of your resistances just kind of like taken care of. It gets you cannot be frozen. The hit recovery is nice. Or maybe you could wear... Yeah, because if you don't have to wear like Duriel's Shell or something as a paladin, the option is there to just throw on a Sharp Stop, because like I said earlier, like paladins, their kind of weakness is just getting beaten up in melee. Particularly when you're trying to be mobile, so you can't just like walk around and like rely on your block chance to save you. But even then, like sometimes like hits are just gonna like squeak through your block, and paladins just they're not druids, they're not barbarians. They're not even running around with like 3 health. So yeah, I feel like that Sharp Stop, like ideally a weapon that just has Crushing Blow, but who knows? This is a really cool find. That same elegant blade, but ethereal and with a good damage roll. Like I was just talking about how this is like a monstrous weapon for an Act 4 mercenary, and look at this beast, even with like not the greatest damage roll, but holy, but Jesus, 163 to 224. Absolute chunk. Also, that's kind of like the thing where it's like, oh hell yeah, put that on an Act 3 mercenary, you know, like Act 4 mercenary, like for the life leech and just the raw damage. You don't get the paladin skills or whatever. But yeah, I really want another ethereal one of these just to like complete the set and have both. But honestly, like, man, that's such a cool find. Found some really nice stuff tonight. And like things I wanted, like the Shaco and the Homunculus, like oh, the Homunculus is so good. And then just things I was like, you know, oh hell yeah, like the Kira's Guardian and that little sword. Like I love that little, like I know it's a million miles from perfect, but come on, it's a sword you can equip at level 40 that does like 100 or 200 damage. It's like it will do the business. It will do the do. That's the folks say. But the Kira's Guardian, I'm really thinking like that's the helmet for my paladin. It's like, what else is there? Like Rockstalker, you don't need the resistances. Vamp Gaze is nice, but like Sharp Stop gives you more physical resistance. So like it's like, okay, you can have Vamp Gaze and Duriel Shell to get a bunch of resistances that cannot be frozen. Or you can have Kira's Guardian and Sharp Stop, which gives you more resistances, still gives you cannot be frozen, and more physical resistance. Like, the only thing you're missing out on then is the life leech. But you get that from your weapon.
Greetings.
Or a ring, or, you know, whatever. It's not that hard to get a life leech. And life leech is not, as in, this is such a good item. And, see, something I'm curious about is, like, Trapsins. Not Trapsins, Bladesins. Bladesins use off-weapon enhanced damage. Right? So, what if you have this on your Bladesin? Like, even if it's just for boss fights. And then there's other things like there's a lot of gloves that give damage against specific types of enemies, but it also gives 50% fire resist, which is really cool. But there's armor that gives bonus damage against undead. I'm trying to remember what it is. So maybe that and those. I wonder what I would socket as Guardian. I don't think I would socket that. A little bit too far from being purple gold in my case to throw a socket into, and I also don't think any like what would you socket it with ultimately? It's like certainly the socket will make it better. So like I've heard a lot of people dump on this bow. But hear me out. Forget the deadly strike. Forget everything, right? Imagine you are a fire Amazon or a frost Amazon. Your damage, like what your damage scales off is how fast you attack. Like having a higher physical damage on your bow doesn't matter because all your damage is coming from the explosion, the frost, the firewall, whatever. So what matters is attack speed. This is a bow that already has, I think, the highest base attack speed of all normal bows, and freaking 50% IAS. That's like, there are better bows, I think, because there are bows with pierce and explosive and things like that like really start to like crazily multiply your damage. But if that's all you had, like you can clear the game as a Boazon. If you're speccing into your elemental skills, you can literally clear the game with a short bow. In fact, there's a world where that's what you want. You want like a 4-socket bow with 4 sharings in it. That Hydra. The slow just makes it such a safe, easy finish. I love it. But yeah, anyway, I was saying, so there's a world where you would even just use some kind of crazy, 4-socket, 4-shale bow.
Hail to you, champion.
The only problem would be like, yeah, you'd want to do a little bit of damage just for some mana leech for quality of life. But like, you upgrade that bow to exceptional and have a little bit of mana leech and you'll be fine. But I think the best normal bows for a wow, enchant my mercenary, please. Yeah, the best normal bows for an Amazon, who isn't worried about physical damage. Like Weisendraw is an obvious potential endgame bow for a cold Amazon. And the only reason I would say it's not kind of like ultimate GG endgame. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Ravenfrost. I'm kind of getting to the point where I want to chuck Ravenfrost on the floor. But I don't want to insult the loot gods because a rare jewelry drop is always
What do you need?
very sweet. And also, they do have variable stats, so compare it with all the others I have. And also, I know this is stupid, but like they also have variable, like the look of the ring. stupid, but I care about that. Especially like the amulets. Like this is my favorite amulet. So like back in the day, I remember not just wanting a perfect Mara's, but wanting a perfect Mara's that looked like this. And I remember trading my perfect Mara's to someone else for their perfect Mara's. But like, people are like, and I can't blame the guy for doing this, but like he wanted me to throw something extra in. Like, you know, he was like, oh well, just give me an SOJ as well. Like you could grind a couple of SOJs in a day back then. Yeah, I'm not even joking. Like, things were just worth a lot. Like, I've found, like, if this were the old days now, today, let's just look at what I found and consider what it's worth. Like, I found a Vamp Gaze earlier today. This has kind of been an all-day grinding session, but imagine it was just this session, right? Which is a 4-hour grinding, which is like, you know, even if you don't have that much free time, you can probably do that once a week if this game is like your main game. So then let's look at what we've got. Gull, probably worth something. I don't remember the exact trading value. Dual Shell wasn't. That might be, just for like completionists. That wouldn't be. This would be worth a few SOJs. This would probably be worth a few SOJs because it's an elite unique and it's ethereal and it's a potential like GG endgame weapon for a barbarian mercenary who's going to kill bosses. Setting aside some like stupid high level room word, Tyrael's, you know, Azure Wrath, like, you know, absolute crazy stuff. That's worth an entire inventory full of SOJs, but that's definitely cool. This could honestly be worth something. I don't know what 4-socket, what you make in that, although probably not because it's a sword, and at least on ladder, it wouldn't be worth much, because like players on ladder tend to take things a bit seriously. They're not just going to use swords because swords are cool. But yeah, even just those things, like that's worth a few SOJs. That's easily got to be worth like at least 1 or 2. Oh, the Baronars. Yeah, I completely forgot that we even got that. Really sweet drop. That was worth a couple of SOJs back in the day. As I said, the Narcissus Light Plate might be just purely based on the rarity. The Gull, honestly, might be worth 1 or 2. That honestly might even be worth 1 or 2. I don't know. Those items didn't exist back then. Like, we didn't have as many elite uniques. But, you know, just trying to kind of like do like versus like kind of thing. Of like, because back in those days, like the craziest crap could sell for an SOJ. Like, when Lord of Destruction like first came out, people were overpaying crazily for everything because we'd come from an economy where SOJs were almost like, if you just played the game and gambled, you could have inventories full of SOJs. It was really silly. And then we quickly came into this setting where, like, particularly for melee characters, all of our endgame gear was now like literal garbage. Like your GG endgame, you know, Diablo crushing whirlwind, you know, barbarian had like some rare lance with like 80 ED. That was like the primary roll on it, and you rolled sockets into it and put a perfect skull in it, and then you would have like some pieces of Saigons and like, you know, maybe a dust leaf or something, like, and either some like the amulets and the rings tend to be really good because like the rares could roll just as good as they do now, so you could have some like cool ass like +2 skills, dual leech, like, or, you know, huge dual leech ring with stats and life and rares, and, you know, so there could be some cool stuff there. But if you're talking purely uniques, you know, your unique jewelry would be like Eye of Etlich, because +1 skills, life leech, really cool. And this is Storm Spike. We've already had this before tonight, but still cool. Always cool to see uniques. So you'd be using like an Eye of Etlich and, you know, maybe honestly just a Stone of Jordan and then some rare dual leech ring. But that would be like your GG endgame gear on your barbarian, and then suddenly you go into like, you know, a game that's just brutally harder than it was then, and where all that stuff is literal garbage. Like, in the sense of, like, it's not even really good enough to make me feel strong in Nightmare anymore. With the weapon being the biggest culprit. And a big part of that was also just the way the changed. It wasn't hit on every frame. So the base weapon speed of the weapon now really mattered. And like range was still important, but range wasn't everything. That's because, yeah, just another random, easy to farm piece of gear with plus paladin skills. Because you need that. Because paladins are weak. And, you know, they're really starved for good gear. Particularly like in the early game,
What do you need?
as everyone knows. Cancer cast and damage on striking, so nice. Just going off on a little rant about how spoiled paladins are, but they are so freaking spoiled. But look, I guess it also depends on like how you look at it. Like sorceresses are stupidly spoiled as well, and part of that is just like Blizzard seeing how people use the characters and then leaning into that, and obviously seeing that people use sorceresses for MF, and then deciding like, oh, okay, so we'll start putting it like we'll start looking at MF as, you know, something that goes in sorceress gear. Cool sorceress gear will often just have MF, kind of like how you have MF on the others. And, you know, I'm sure there's paladins out that are like, why can't I have 40 MF on lightsaber? Which I kind of sympathize. But then some sorceress gear, like, you know, Rhyme. Rhyme is kind of universal. Who doesn't want Rhyme? It has all resist, it has cannot be frozen, it has block chance. Like, yeah, one of the reasons why paladins are so kind of broken is the fact that they can do things like make a rhyme in a shield that already has 40 resist all. So now they've got a shield that gives them cannot be frozen with like 70 all resist and better block chance. Or even more disgusting, they can make a spirit in Nightmare, whereas everyone else has to wait till Hell and put like 160 strength in to carry a monarch. Like a paladin can not only make it in Nightmare when most people have it as well, but can make it in a shield with 40 resist all. So like the one downside of spirit is it doesn't give you good resist, but now that's just fixed. So now you just have a cluster of skills, cast rate shield, that doesn't even take that much strength to carry and gives good resist. Like, it's just like, Mum, can we have Herald of Zakarum at home? Here's Herald of Zakarum at home, except then you're actually like, Jesus, Mum, you actually did a pretty freaking good job. It's not Herald of Zakarum, but it's not that either. And honestly, if you're a Hamadin or a Holy Boltedin, the Spirit is probably best in slot. Better than Herald of Zakarum. Loses a few plus skills, but it can hit you. It can allow you to hit breakpoints on cast rate in a really gross way, because your spirit can roll with like 40% max. I think that's kind of where the paladins like feel really overpowered, because just their class-specific weapons are so good. Like, without having to be, you know, hard to farm units. Like, it is not hard to find.
I am overburdened.
Oh, my boy just got poisoned like in the last second. That's so sad. But yeah, it is not hard to find like a rhyme base with, you know, just an extra 20 or 30 resist all.
What
as a
do you
challenge.
need?
That is so easy to find. This is so rare to see. It's such a cool little item. Like, it's not good, but like I just love to see it because I've never seen it before up in Mephisto. It's one of those weird early game items that is kind of tricky to drop in the late game. I don't know where, like 40% hearts to hit recovery is a lot. But it's kind of just one of those things that like, hey, smoke exists, so who cares? Because smoke pretty much does everything that does. Indeed, I would say smoke is better in some ways, because smoke gives you some poison resist. Poison is a big deal in Act 1 and Act 2, especially Act 2. And smoke gives you more run walk, which early game you pretty much run through the whole of like Act 1 and Act 2, apart from some like farming locations where you stop to kill Rakinishu a few times, stop to do a few counters runs, and then I don't know, maybe run Andy a couple of times. You've got to like cobble together a bit of a net, like you usually go to actually but it also really depends on what character you're playing and what your catacombs look like. Because if you're stuck in normal, like I don't know how you re-roll your map. I don't think it's even possible. This is one of those like pretty neat little weapons. At 43, this would like this is on weapon attack rating, adds damage, good ED, hit recovery, really nice. +3 to skills, really nice. 55 deadly strike, really, really nice. Like, just a really nice all-round weapon. With mana leech too. Like, clearly designed for a whirlwinder, I think. That's one of the things that makes me the most sad about this game, is just the state of Whirlwind, because like, unless you're a druid, and druids have such a narrow band of weapons that kind of work for them, it's mostly clubs and some axes, and then like some polearms, but you know, usually you don't want to be putting the dex in that polearms demand, and then the ones that don't demand dex demand like way too much strength. But yeah, like druids clearly want to be using mauls and clubs. Like clubs if you're a one-hander, maul or two-hander. Not that they can't use other things, but that's definitely what is optimal for them. Ugh. Although these days, probably most serious people trying to like genuinely get through the game quickly without, you know, twinking their character, probably just finish with obedience, because obedience is so busted. You can target farm obedience, you can't target farm hammer or K-Maul or something. We had some really bad luck early on with some just really messy runs, mercenary dying a whole bunch in a row. It's just been so smooth
What do
now.
you need?
And this is Hamosu's Adamant, which, like, what does this have apart from lots of defense and life? 75 life is good, but like, why would you wear this over Duriel Shell? Only if you're using the set, I guess. It just doesn't make sense otherwise. I don't know. I feel like a lot of set items in this game could be spiced up just a little bit. Like, you could give that 10 resist all. Come on, it's not going to break the game. I know that full set is surprisingly good, mainly for making you really tanky. But then it's like, then there's no way to really address the low damage. I'm like, you throw Goblin Toe on. You could use that set very comfortably to clear hell. But then it's also like, that set, the level requirements on that set, as far as I remember, are insane. And the strength requirements on at least one of the items is like equally insane. So it's just one of those like weird, oh yeah, here's another paladin item. Because paladins also need, you know, one of only like 2 MF shields in the game. Like, they need that. I mean, in fairness, this isn't a paladin. We can use this.
Hail to you, champion.
And this, before Rhyme, this was your boy. This was how you got MF on your shield. And I think technically, isn't there a rune? You can also get MF from jewels. That's technically if you socket that and chuck one of them in, but then I guess technically if you get a 4-socket shield, maybe? I don't know. Does the rune give you MF in your shield? It's a really high rune though. Like, you're not gonna put 4 of them in a shield. Especially not when Rhyme does other stuff as well. And getting over like 500 MF is things are already starting to like the diminishing returns have like well increased. You're not gonna notice like an extra 20, 30, 50 MF when you're already at 500. At that point, what you start wanting. You know, items that make you stronger, so you kill things and clear your runs faster. Now this I only picked up, it's terrible item, I only picked up because I farmed that earlier and I wanted to see if there is any... Oh, okay. Sure. It would just give me 132 MF, will you? That's kinda cool, but I don't think it necessarily compensates from the plus skills on the Shaco, and like this is already 140 MF with plus 2 skills. Whereas this is plus 1 skill. But still kinda cool. I didn't even know that was a thing. And in theory, you could socket both of them and put topazes in both. Which is getting you closer to 200 MF. But socketed Skulders is just better. But that does have 25 all reds, which is pretty cool. I don't know, it's not bad. I could happily run with that as MF armor. It's just, it doesn't, like the resistances are nice, but then this is giving you physical resistance plus 2 to all skills and 132 to life, which is kind of non-trivial. And then this can have a topaz in it as well. Yeah, I just don't think it really competes.
Greetings.
But it's cool. Now I'm kind of curious to see the entire set bonus. I should either look it up. I do have the staff, but I can't imagine it's going to compare with like Rhyme, Oculus, Shaco. But I'm curious. I mean, I wasn't expecting the 2-set bonus to be that good. I forgot to reset the instance, so I was too excited about looking at the Najas. I do like that the armor gives all resists. I love like resistances, especially on a sorceress. How can you say no? Also, I need to spec into energy shield with the sorceress. I think I just need to get a really spec into it. But that means farming Hell Diablo and Hell Bale a few times. Which, to be honest, probably not that much of a problem now. I get a little bit of experience out of it. Cold kill. I really want the unique tomahawk. That's such a monstrous weapon.
What do
And
you
I just
need?
like love little hatchets. This is the disappointment of the family by a mile. Like, this is not a bad weapon by any stretch. It's just, it's let down by the weakness of the base. But this thing can have 200 ED, which is a really good ED roll, and 30 IAS. Like, it's hitting fast and it's hitting hard. It's not hitting hard like, you know, because of its crappy base. base. But if you were to upgrade this to elite with a 200 ED roll, like this is a weapon that will clear the game for you. The fact that it does the ice blast on striking is pretty damn cool, because that's some like really hard CC. Like that's actually hard freezing stuff that you hit, not just chilling. Like stopping the movie completely. So it has good mods on it basically, it just has weak base damage. And I'm not saying you should upgrade it to elite, but I'm saying like in some strange reality where you have that, you're doing solo self-found, you're a Zeal Paladin or something, and you have to find the room to upgrade it, you could easily clear the game with it. Oh cool, he has a fanaticism aura. But it's definitely the letdown of the Hatchet family, because the Nasher is like the best normal green weapon in the game. Like, I'm not, like, argue with God if you think it's not, because it just is. Crush Flange has more Crushing Blow, but the Nasher has Crushing Blow and Open Wounds, which the combination just works beautifully together. Like, you can kill Hellbow with the Nasher, like, quite quickly on a Smite Paladin. Like, quicker than you will kill him with Crush Flange or any of the high Crushing Blow weapons, because, like, Crushing Blow sucks at finishing things off. Open Wounds is good at finishing things off. Just a perfect little synergy. Is it, like, optimal GG endgame gear? No. Like, but can you kill Hellbar with it? 100%. And it won't even be that slow. The crazy thing is, the Nasher also has, like, passive, like, it has enough ED to be worth upgrading. Like, to at least an exceptional base, so at least you have a little bit of, like, mana leech or something if you want it. But yeah, like, the Nasher is just monstrous. Like, its competition is limited, because what is there? There's Rixut's Keen, which has like 20% Crushing Blow, and that's it. Like, Rixut's Keen is still good, because Rixut's Keen has like some nice attack rating bonuses. It also has enough ED to be worth upgrading. But, you know, the main star on Rixut's Keen is the Crushing Blow. And it's low, like I think it's the same as the Nasher, or it's lower. Crush Flange has more Crushing Blow than either of them, but that's really all it has. Its ED is kind of bad, it's not worth upgrading, it's just a stat stick for the Crushing Blow. And then, what else do you have? There's the Paladin Scepter that has a little bit of Crushing Blow, but again, oh my gosh, teleport. But again, it's just Crushing Blow, and it's a little bit low. And then, apart from that, I don't know, maybe there's some two-handed weapons. But yeah, if I had to do some, like, dream theory crafted nice reverie, it was cool. We should take those keys. But yeah, if I were theory crafting, like, what's the best way to kill Hellball with, like, you know, we found perfect chances earlier, so can't complain. And what is this? Really bad. I saw the MF and I kind of got excited. But man, 2 Shakos tonight. 2. 1 Ethereal. And a B-Star. Like, this is just from the run now. Like, I've been grinding this, like, pretty hard all day. So we got our Ethereal Shako, which will go on an Act 3 Merc at some point. We got our Naja's Light Play, which is cool. Perfect Chances, nice. Homunculus, nice, needed it. We got this bad boy. We're just gonna go on an Act 5 Merc. Really cool. We found a Gull, which is super cool, because, like, you just don't find them, like, often. Tooth Row, which is new to me and cool. A Wizendraw, which has a better roll than mine. this bizarre little thing, which I've like never seen before. It must be super rare. And this warp sphere, which is also new to me. Not good, but new. And oh yeah, this cool little rare Falcata. Look at this little beast. Oh yeah, and a Juriel shell. And oh yes, and this really nice assassin serpent. Oh, and maybe the coolest thing in the run was the Kira's Guardian with a pretty freaking solid roll. I think it goes up to 70. So really freaking nice haul of stuff tonight. And it just goes to show, like I've not had a bad night's grind. Like, I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie, I've been putting in the hours, but like, let's say you could only do like the kind of grinding sessions that I'm doing in a day. Let's say it takes you a week to play that much. Like, if you are a casual D2 player, and you know you could only spend a couple hours a week doing, you know, your Mephisto runs or something,
What do
you are
mean?
going to get good stuff if you just do those runs. Like, the stuff I've gotten in like the last 3 days, like hard grinding this guy, but let's say it had taken 3 weeks, I've gotten crazy stuff. Like, I've gotten like the, you know, just there's all the stuff I just showed you tonight, but like every day has been always like that, and there have been genuinely amazing drops, like freaking Azure Wrath, and Arcane's Valor. Like, you know, I know what the drop tables are on Mephisto, and like the drop rates on Arcane's Valor on Mephisto, it's like 20,000 to 1 or something. It's getting up there with like some of the bonkers like high rune drops that he has. I just failed to reset the instance again. Crazy. And yeah, like you can see, I'm not the most efficient. And the shame walk from Act 3 across the boardwalks, so painful. You gotta terminate those runs in Act 4. But yeah, like, really amazing drops. We've gotten a High Lords round, we've gotten a Mara's Kaleidoscope. Bad roll on the Maras, but still. We've gotten a Tarash's Amulet, we've gotten an Oculus, multiple Oculuses. We've gotten Wind Hammers. Good number of like elite unique weapons, like the scimitar, the Jin Slayer.
Greetings.
This is Storm Spike. Yeah, we've gotten Wizard Spikes. I've gotten Storm Shields off him. This is the Storm Shields were before I started streaming. 2 Storm Shields, 2 Sharp Stops, a couple of Vamp Gazers, like some Rock Stoppers, and even just some like really groovy finds like this ethereal jewel shell to go on the mercenary. You know, really cool stuff like that. And the elite ogre axe, a bunch of them. So just really groovy drops. Just farm Helmet Pistol. Even if you can only do a couple of hours a week, 10 minutes every now and then. I'd just say like roll a good map so you can make the most of the time you spend there. That's the Humongous, which is just a really cool item. I kind of want to do like you know, a Humongous run
Hail to you,
where
champion.
I have to use the Humongous as soon as I can equip it, and I have to keep it on, like, you know, all game. And have to upgrade it to exceptional in hell, and then in nightmare, and then elite in hell. Which that will, because it has plus 20% requirements, that will have insane requirements as an elite, and not even like be doing that particularly great damage. Because a good chunk of like the reason why the damage is not as good is because of the add damage. The ED is not that great, so the ED will kind of look janky. But that to me just seems like a really fun thing to try, like a humongous run. Because you're gonna need to put like 200 or something in strength, even if you put a hell rune in that, just to offset the crazy strength requirement of the plus 20 requirements. It's still gonna have a really high requirement. But aside from the humongous, it would have to otherwise do solo save down. Because honestly, if you could, you know, if you can mule over, like you just mule over, like here's Goblin Toe, here's G-Phase, here's the runes for a smoke, to sort your resistances out. Or like here's a Juriel Shell. It would take a lot of the challenge out, because you just sort your resistances and have a bunch of extra crushing blow, or you know, even have Gore Rider, so you've got crushing blow and open wounds. But honestly, I would probably just go like wanted like a really nice rare legend sword, just because like the name is just so inherently cool.
Greetings.
And there is no unique. There's Doombringer for the champion sword. Like that's a decent chunk of damage, but it needs to be over 200%. And the other affixes just aren't very good, but still. That is kind of like a holy grail item for me, is like a god tier rare legend sword. But when I say god tier, I just like something good, something usable. And I've found good usable rares in other items. Something about two-handed swords though, the game just like turns into a jerk. I don't think I've ever seen a good rare two-handed sword. I've seen good rare polearms. I've seen a couple of good rare bows. I've seen like good rare axes, good rare one-handed swords. But the two-handers, even though like it's not like they never drop. Like I've seen quite a few rare legend swords. Usually take them. Here it is. That moves teach you. So this is what I was saying, the one if you wanted to do a really safe paladin, zealot paladin, just like pair this with something that gives you some crushing blow and
Hail to you, champion.
and maybe some open wounds. And you will be so freaking safe, because pardon me yawning, you'll just consistently be CCing everything around you with the Frost Novas, which also put them in hit recovery. I've got one. Sell it. yeah, it also puts them in hit recovery. It's just such a safe weapon. The only problem is the damage is kind of mediocre, but with a decent amount of crush and blow and a lot of attack speed, like you'll chew through things okay, because you'll be doing it really safely. And it's also addressing like one of the like paladins usually have great resistances unless you're doing something like crazy, like a Thorns paladin, you know, two-handed weapon or something. Even then, it's like I would hope for your sanity and common sense that you're using an ingredients or something that gives you resistances. Dark mail? Kind of cool. Diamond bow, I think, is Witch Wild String. If this... No, this is the elite, isn't it? I don't know, man. I've still not seen a Witch Wild String,
What do you
and
need?
I want one so badly. Like, that's something that if I get that, I will go farm for the runes to upgrade it. Because when I eventually do a physical Boazon, that will be the bow that I want on the, like, as her endgame bow. But it will also mean I'll need to farm some like really strong jewels or runes to socket it. But honestly, even just a couple of jewels, like these jewels, will do the job. I think I've even got some like I've got at least one rare jewel that might be worth socketing into it. I'd have to think. Exactly. I have. The bin swang. And that's Sanders. We've seen that many times tonight. The bin swang does not drop all the time. Rare jabs. And the mighty bin swang. Honestly, like, if for whatever reason you just like big swords, you're going through Nightmare or something, you're level 40, it's fine. It's got enough ED, it's got a fat chunk of cold damage. Reduced requirements is really nice. It's fine. I think the two-handed sword, I think it's called the Craint Vomir. I think I remember upgrading that to Elite at some point and not being like super unhappy with it. It's got about 200 ED, but it has like 50 IAS. And it has some other like really nice mods that you rarely... like it has slows target, it has like 10% damage, physical damage reduction. I think it might even have like 10 resistance or something weird like that. But yeah, I definitely remember having that upgraded to an elite and like, you know, running around in hell. Ooh, rare card.
I'm overburdened.
Red Evo. But yeah, I remember. Got in here. Okay. That can go in the bin. That can go in the bin. And that can go in the bin. Shame I never sold any of that stuff, but... Oh my gosh. Why do I keep, like, disappearing my freaking inventory? Okay, rare coronet, super excited. Always. But yeah.
What do you need?
+2 paladin skills, 20% faster cast rate, all res 9. The resistances could be better, but like it's +2 skills cast rate, and if I ever never do a hammered in. Like, that's just really good. Oh, the nausea circlet I don't need to keep because I already have it. Although I kind of want to just try this. I know it actually reduces my MF very slightly, but just for funsies. Just because like now I look different, which is cool. Oh, how cool does the sorceress look in the Naja's Light Blade? That's so sad that it just looks so much cooler than the Gothic. But yeah, let's just try this because like at the level, the amount of MF that that looks so freaking cool. I hate when stuff just looks cooler. It's such a tax. But yeah, I mean, look, it's still 674. Oh wait, that's extra gold. Hold on, that's MF. It's still 461. On the weapon swap. But yeah, I kind of just want to try this for funsies. It does improve my resistance, which is nice. That high is Rare ring. The game respects my bold choice in taking the Naja set.
Greetings.
The blue gods have bestowed on me a ring that honestly I would not be disappointed by. Like, if you need mana leech, it's a heck of a lot better than a mana ult for a melee fighter. So attack rating, minimum damage, fire resist. I actually have a barbarian who might want that, but we'll see. Man, this looks so freaking cool. I hate it. Now I'm really curious what the staff does. I wonder if it makes the MF better. Like, it's crazy how I still don't know what Naja does, and stuff in this game still surprises me like that. It's going to be a little bit tanky because I am down one skill point because of the Shaco going. This is Credendo. Nice belt. 15 resist all on a belt. That by itself is just really good. That's not worth identifying.
I can't.
Oh, is that ethereal? Okay. Okay. Oh, it's slow attack speed. Like, but see what I mean by like, okay, sometimes you just get a really good rare. Even with that low, like that's still a 100 to 500 damage stick that you can put on an Act 3 mercenary. You know, is it as good as like Bone Hue, I think it's called? The one with 2 open sockets that does about the same damage and poops out bone spears and stuff like that? Of course not. Is it as good as Reaper's Toll? Not a chance. If you found that just like randomly and were like, oh okay, well now my mercenary actually does damage, you wouldn't complain. I wouldn't complain anyway.
Impossible.
In fact, I had a rare like this on my mercenary. Admittedly it is better and I still have it stashed. because it's comparable damage, but it gives like 1,000 attack rating. And has
Hail
leech
to
and
you,
reduced
champion.
requirements. It's basically everything you want on a merc weapon, aside from things like crushing blow, open wounds, or something. But you can't get that on res. Chance to cast amp damage would be nice. Especially on a Act 3 merc with good attack speed. Like, I might even take that over Reaper's Toll as like a perfect setup on an Act 3 merc, you know, something like high resistance, like a Kira's Guardian, for example, where like just assort all the resistances. And then like, oh, why do I not have that mercenary? I forgot that he even died. Such a doofus. But yeah, like Kira's Guardian.
Hello.
And then like a hustle armor for the dodges and evades and the massive IAS bonus. Town portal is like an once the mercenary gets Mephisto slowed, things have to go very fast. Oh, taunting me with the phase blades again. I'll check out a rare. Always happy to check out a rare.
Greetings.
Sometimes you get great rares, sometimes you get bunk. But yeah, I would love like whatever the fastest rare fastest polearm base is, like something like that on a rare with like 40 IAS, and you know it wouldn't even have to be that great an ED roll, just a decent ED roll. Maybe the Fool's Affix for like 1,000 attack rating and chance to cast amp damage. Like that's my like god tier accurate setup, and I legitimately think it would be better than a Reaper's Toll because like Decrepify is super strong, but amp damage is just better. It's like twice as powerful. But yeah, Decrepify is also like sexy too. My mercenary just rapidly annihilated. Sometimes the game just kicks the bejesus out of your mercenaries, very RNG. And it can't be because I'm like killing them slower without the +1 skills from the Shaker, because I was doing this. Oh, okay. That's a pretty cool like ethereal damage stick. With like everything you want on a mercenary weapon. Chance to cast Weaken, Life Leech, reduce requirements. At level 42, you could not do better. I'm almost tempted to stash that. I have a non-ethereal one, but I just can't imagine using that on something other than a mercenary. But also, at level 40, you don't need to min-max like that. If it had a better ED roll, it could have been a candidate for like cubing up. Although, I don't know. Chance to cast Weaken is good. But I don't think I would cube something up unless it was like true endgame once cubed up. I don't know. It would be interesting to like just do the math on what the damage stats would be, because that thing can get like 150 ED. Oh my gosh, I just can't teleport here. So with like 100 ED and standard roll and the life reach and the chance to pass weekend, it could be a very, very, very safe mercenary weapon. No thanks. mercenary weapon that I use like for serious fighting is this, which it has life leech. Like it's just a damage stick, I guess. It doesn't really do anything fancy apart from hit very hard and attack very fast and give life leech. Prevent monster heal is a thing too. And the level 16 bone spear, like, it's extra damage.
What do you need?
Ah, this is like mid-game shields. This is one of my favorites. And this one has a really good roll on the resistances, but not so good on the damage reduced. It can be like 30, 20, 20. But what a beast this is. Like, if you had to go end game with exceptional shield, you could do so much worse than this. Like, chuck a diamond in it, it's 50 or resists. Huge block. And, you know, big chunk of physical damage reduction, which is good. Like, how many times... It's not that uncommon to die or not die based on, you know, 10, 15 hit points. And if you think about having that damage reduced in every instance of damage, that can be super impactful when you're being pummeled by lots of range spells. Drops are getting a little bit sparse, and we are coming up on like
Hail to you, champion.
the 5 hour mark. I'm grinding hard tonight. See, like, I love to see this, but orbs just ain't it. Like, there's a world where there's some rare orb. But yeah, let's go back to having lots and lots of them out. That's a cool combo though. It's good fun. And it might be worth going back to at some point, just because of the resistances. And if you slap topazes in both, it's kind of like Shaco Skulders, where you lose 2 skill points, but you gain like 60 res. And it's cool. With the Shaker, he pulls over so much faster. It's amazing what one extra skill point does for you.
What
But
do
I am
you
very
need?
curious about the full set bonus on Menage. Anything with slows target is great for killing bosses, well, crippling them before you kill them. Yeah, I was saying, like, what's your setup if you can only use base level uniques to fight Helldale, and, you know, obviously it's going to be on a Smite Paladin. Although maybe it kicks in. No, no, it won't work on a Kicksin because Kicksin's damage has to scale on the boots. I mean, you'd still get crushing blow, only one crushing blows, but I don't know if that assassin's really think about it. I'm thinking like a paladin with the Nasher, 2 ice darts in the same roll. It is the Harrow chassis
Greetings.
of Diablo 2. And this is Spell Steel, which is pretty cool. It's just a really bougie and expensive teleport staff, basically. And the damage is not completely horrible. Like, there's a world where you're playing a druid or something and you kind of use this. The Decrepify charge is also like potentially really strong. Like, if you've got that and you have the money and you're really struggling to kill Hell Mephisto or, you know, something you want to farm, just whip that out. Hit him with Decrepify. Cripples him. Not only does it like, so in Hell, Decrepify is essentially just stripping away their physical damage reduction, which is halving the damage you do. So Decrepify is doubling the damage. It's a huge damage boost. In Hell, it's doubling the damage. In Nightmare, it's not. But in Hell, yeah, it's just flat. Yep. Oh, cost twice as much damage. But then it also like slows the enemy down to the point where like they're doing half as much damage. Like, this is why it's just so brutal when you have Decrepify on, especially as a melee character. It's like, oh hello. Oh, okay. And catcher? That's in the isn't it? I think I already have this, but this is interesting. Like, oh my god, that IAS is bonkers. This is like a really fast base as well. Not the best damage. I don't know how that 9 poison explosion works. But, like, this thing will attack stupidly fast. I've already found one of these, but I don't know how the ED roll compares to this. And they certainly don't drop. You know, like rain in winter or anything. It's not like... I've only seen
What
2
do
and
you
I'm
need?
trying pretty hard. So I'm definitely going to hold on to that one. Plus, it's an elite mercenary weapon. Like, it's... But then again, it's like, in a world where you have obedience, but then you have to find bases for obedience or roll sockets in them, and then it might not do enough sockets, and I don't know. I feel like if you can just chuck it, but that one would work so well with like G-Face. Because you get so many crushing blows with the jabs. I still think the best,
Greetings.
well, not just mercenary weapon, but one of the best mercenary weapons, setting words and stuff, and special synergies aside, one of the best mercenary weapons is the Hone Sindanyari, because it has like, it's just one of the best damage sticks in the game, to be honest. It's self-repairing, so you can get it ethereal and it doesn't really matter. It has 3 open sockets, it has 40% crushing blow, it has 200 ED. I think it has adds damage as well. Like, if you were to really socket that out like a madman, like go up upgrade it to elite and put 3 ruby jewels of fervor in it and slap that on like a Radiant barbarian. Especially with this Imperial. Like one of the best raw damage sticks in the game. That
I am overburdened.
I have one that's basically perfect, so it's probably going to go on the floor, but still, I'd like to see more. Yeah. It's fine. Bonus time is so cool, though. Like, Bone Snap just looks cool in your inventory.
Hail to you, champion.
I kind of prefer Steel Driver to Bone Snap, though, to be completely honest. Like, but I mean, Bone Snap has the resists, and it has the Crushing Blow. Like, if you're a Druid or something and you're getting them milled over, you want both, basically. You use the Steel Driver for the ads because the damage is more than good enough, and just huge IAS. Maybe even upgrade it to exceptional as soon as you can because it has huge requirements. And then the bonus stuff is kind of just there for bosses. Eldritch Ball. That is shooter steel. It can't be Death's Gaze because that's that one goes up to +3, doesn't it? But the other two rolls are 20%, aren't they? Anyway, that is potentially there for my Fire Sorceress, who's going to be using Almost Robes with +3 to Fireball, so that's cool. Although, it's so hard to be, like, really excited about a weapon about anything, really, that can give plus to skills that isn't, like, getting a really high roll.
Greetings.
But still cool. I've got another issue just sitting somewhere. I don't remember what the roll on that is, but yeah, I'm not going to throw them away by any stretch. The thing is most sorceresses I make are always just going to use an Oculus because, you know, they're there to MF. And even if I'm leveling in Terra Zone or the Lost City or something, I still want to MF. And Oculus is just one of those items, it's like so beautifully balanced. Like, is it as good as a shooter's temper for damage? Is it like, it's like the Shaco of like the Star Wars, where it's like, yep, it's giving you a lot of plus, it's giving you a lot of stuff you want, it's giving you resist all, it's giving you a chunk of plus skills, a chunk of cast rate. By itself, it will put you in a way better, at a way better breakpoint for cast rate, for just teleporting around and stuff like that. +3 to all skills, huge. The resistances just on like Oculus and Rhyme, like in combination, like huge chunk of resistances, and then together you're getting like 7 MF, and then you know you wear a Shaco or something as well, Topaz, and you know without even having to charm or anything, you just on like 150 MF while still having like really powerful competitive gear. Now you go Skeletors, throw on like a Nagel. Throw on all your MF charms, your Geeds, and all that sort of stuff, and you know, suddenly, you know, your 40% chances maybe, just because like, what else are you gonna risk? Mage Fist. Mage Fist might have some breakpoint, but you know. And drops have not been the best, but we are really coming up on the 5-hour mark, and
What do you need?
it's time for me to sleep. When I say drops haven't been the best, I mean over like the last half an hour or something. It's been a little bit. I don't know. We just got the shooters. What am I talking about? I'm just not thrilled about it because it's a scuffed roll. But honestly, the loot I've gotten tonight is amazing. The loot you get is always amazing. Just play the game. Just kill monsters. Also, I completely reset the thing. I started doing this with like really basic stuff. Like I had a spectral shard, rhyme, like MF resistance boots that weren't even rare. I think I had the chances from the start, but honestly, I could have like
Stay
could
a
have had
while
30
and listen.
MF boots that I just shopped from Act 2. Wouldn't have made that much difference. Just basic like MF rings and amulets that I just gambled and cobbled together. You know, a handful of like 5% or 3% MF charms just sitting in the inventory. Like really nothing that you couldn't just farm and get into Helm Pistol. I didn't even have the 4 topaz armor for a long time. I was running some weird setup with like the Arctic's belt and the Arctic fur for the 40% MF for having both of them. Because I was thinking like, oh yeah, but you know, they give me resists.
Hail
And
to
my
you,
resists were really bad. And it was that or like 2-socket topaz armor and like no MF belt. So like I didn't even have the 4-socket armor for a while. This thing is one of those items I'm like, what? I mean, I kind of get it, I kind of don't. Charges of Corpse Explosion. Yeah, Corpse Explosion is one of those abilities that even at level 1 it's really lethal and really good. And I suppose there's a world where you're playing a barbarian or something and blow everything up with charges from Corpse Sworn. Chance to cast Iron Maiden when hit, I think, is kind of gimmicky. Because Iron Maiden just doesn't do that much damage to enemies in Hell. And that's not a problem for like a classic Iron Maiden summon necro. Because on the necro, enemies are getting Iron Maiden and they attack your disposable meat shields, not your body. Rare gloves, always nice to see. I saw the tomahawk there, just teasing me with the drop. One more run. Oh, I didn't realize this was ethereal. One more run, nice and fast, and then I'm donezo's. Doesn't matter what he drops. Normally I have a whole, you know, song and dance I go through. I can't end it on a good drop, can't end it on a bad drop, can't ever actually end it. I'm sure you've been there if you have, you know, embraced the grind. Would be nice just to it was too much to ask. A lot of res. Nice to see. But man, I
Hail
cannot
to you,
complain
champion.
about this run. Such a good run. Anyway, thanks for anyone who tuned in. Thanks for anyone who checks out later. Take care. And best of luck in your own grinding. May your holy grails